Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the session momentarily. Please kindly be seated. Thank you for waiting. We will now start the Hydrogen Energy Ministerial Meeting 2019, Industry and International Organization Session. My name is Mayu Imada, and it is my great honor and pleasure to serve as MC today. To begin, we have an opening remark from Mr. Hiroaki Ishizuka, Chairman of New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Ishizuka.
皆様こんにちは。新エネルギー産業技術総合開発機構理事長の石塚でございます。本日はご対応の中、本会合にご出席いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。各国の閣僚および代表の皆様におかれましては、ようこそ日本にお越しくださいました。皆様のご参加を心から感謝いたし、歓迎申し上げます。また、ご登壇、ご講演をいただきます民間国際機関の皆様に対しまして、主催者を代表いたしまして御礼を申し上げたいと思います。皆様ご存知のとおり COP21 で合意されたパリ協定では、今世紀中の世界の平均気温上昇を2度 C より十分低く保ち 1.5 度 C に抑える努力をすることが掲げられました。また2018年に IPCC がまとめた特別報告では 1.5 度 C 以内に抑えることがリスク削減に大きく貢献することが示唆されております。この目標を実現するためには、2050年頃には CO2 の排出量と森林などによる吸収量のバランスを取り、排出量を実質ゼロにする必要があります。しかし、実現には製造業や運輸業などの在り方を抜本的に見直す必要があり、容易に達成できるものではありません。一方、この夏に観測されました世界各国での異常熱波、グリーンランドの上昇の大規模な融解、大型化するハリケーンなど、気候変動の甚大な影響が顕在化してきておりまして、目標達成に向けた取り組みの重要性が事実として迫ってきております。我々は持続可能な発展を支えるエネルギーシステムへ可能な限り速やかに転換していく必要性に迫られていることを、ここで改めて指摘したいと思います。この極めて難しいのですが、挑戦すべき意義の高い課題の解決には、再生可能エネルギーと水素が重要なキーワードとなることは間違いございません。また、いかにしてスムーズに転換していくかも重要な課題であり、世界の英知を結集していくことが肝要でございます。このような情勢の中、30を超える国・機関の閣僚及び代表者出席のもと、昨年に続く第2回目の開催となる水素閣僚会議が本日の午前中に開催されました。昨年の閣僚会議の成果でございます東京宣言への取り組み状況に関する各国の報告を踏まえまして、グローバルな水素の利活用に向けた政策の方向性について議論が深められています。その結果、各国の水素燃料電池に関する行動指針となるグローバルアクションアジェンダが議長声明として発表され、各国の取り組み強化と国際連携のさらなる強化が確認されたことを報告させていただきます。水素に対する世界的な関心が一層高まり、水素社会の実現に向けた世界各国での理解と取り組みが進んでいると感じております。日本は世界に先駆けまして、水素エネルギー普及のための政策である水素基本戦略を2017年12月に策定いたしました。また、この戦略を具現化するためのアクションプランとして、水素燃料電池戦略ロードマップを今年の3月に改定いたしました。長年にわたる 取り組みを通じ、家庭用燃料電池エネファーム30万台の普及、109カ所の水素ステーション設置、約3300台の燃料電池自動車導入など、着実に水素社会への歩みを進めております。さらに国際間水素サプライチェーン、再生可能エネルギー由来の水素の実現を目指した技術開発を進めるとともに、このような活動を通じて培われました技術や情報をもとに、国際市場形成に不可欠な規制、標準などのルール作りにも積極的に貢献してまいりました。本日の会議では、政府・国際機関から各国地域における取り組み状況をサマライズいただいた後、モビリティ、サプライチェーン、セクターインテグレーションの3つの分野について、水素社会の実現に挑戦する先進的な企業から、世界各地で展開している取り組みを紹介いただきます。講演とこれに続くパネルディスカッションを通じまして、今後の方向性や実現に向けた課題を明らかにし、皆様と知識と経験を共有することによって、多様な取り組みを生み出し、自律的な連携が進み、世界での水素利活用に一層の弾みがつくことを期待しております。一方、スムーズなエネルギー転換に向けては、引き続き化石燃料を使いつつ、排出される CO2 の回収・貯留に加え、CO2 を炭素資源として捉え、多様な炭素化合物として再利用するカーボンリサイクルの概念が重要であり、日本政府は世界に向けて発信しております。このためには水素が重要な資源であり、本会議と合わせましてカーボンリサイクル産学官国際会議を開催することは大変大きな意義があるものと考えております。産学官の関係者が集まり、最新の知見、国際連携の可能性を確認するとともに、イノベーションを効果的に推進するための課題について議論を深めることを主眼としております。午後1時からの隣の会場で同時開催しておりますので、ご関心のある方はぜひご聴講いただきますようお願いいたします。地球温暖化問題に国境はございません。世界の英知を結集し、国際連携の下で解決に向けた行動を起こすことが極めて重要であり、我々も最大限取り組んでいく所存であります。最後に本会議がお集まりの皆様にとりまして、水素エネルギー利活用の将来像を描く参考となり、一日も早い水素社会の実現につながることを期待いたしまして、私の挨拶とさせていただきます。本日はよろしくお願い申し上げます。
Thank you, Mr. Ishizuka. Now we will have keynote speeches on the cross-cutting workshop with the theme of Potential of Hydrogen Energy for Energy Transition from 7 speakers. To start, we have a presentation by Mr. Hirohide Hirai, Deputy Commissioner of Agency for Natural Resources and Energy, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, METI. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Hirai.
皆様こんにちは。ご紹介に預かりました資源エネルギー庁の次長の平井でございます。この度は第2回水素閣僚会議に各もたくさんの方々にお集まりいただき、大変感謝をしております。私からは主催者といたしまして午前中に行われました水素閣僚会議の結果の共有といったところを中心に簡単に議論をご紹介させていただければというふうに思うわけでございます。まず昨年を振り返させていただきますと、大臣レベルで水素について議論するこの水素閣僚会議を初めて日本において主催をいたしました。この会議におきましては、21の国、地域、機関から300人以上の方々にお集まりをいただいたところでございます。この場におきましては、水素の重要性を確認いたしますとともに、水素社会実現に向けて取り組むべき重要事項を東京宣言として取りまとめて発表をしたところでございます。この東京宣言におきましては、以下の4つについて確認をしたところでございます。まず第一に、水素供給コストおよび FCV 等の製品価格の低減の加速化に向けた技術のコラボレーション、そして基準や規制の標準化、ハーモナイゼーションの必要性が謳われました。2つ目に、水素ステーションや 水素貯蔵に関する水素の安全性の確保、そして国際サプライチェーンの構築など、水素の利活用の増大に向けて、各国が連携して取り組んでいくべき研究開発の推進の重要性が謳われております。3つ目といたしまして、水素社会実現に向けた認識の醸成、共有に資する水素のポテンシャル、経済効果、および CO2 削減効果に関する調査、評価の意義を謳っているところでございます。4つ目に、水素ビジネスの役割拡大等につながる社会需要性の向上、これにつながる教育、広報活動の重要性も併せて指摘されているところでございます。こうした昨年の会議を経て、近年、世界におけます水素の関心は各所で高まりを見せているところでございます。いくつか例を挙げさせていただきます。アメリカにおきましては、水素燃料電池の R&D の実証が加速しております。カリフォルニアにおきましては、世界最大の7000以上の FCV が走行しております。ドイツにおきましては、30カ所を超える地域で P2G に関する実証が実施されるとともに、世界初の FC 電車が運行を開始していると伺っております。オーストラリアにおきましては、褐炭や再エネからの水素製造の計画、日本とは褐炭から水素を製造し、液化して日本に輸送するプロジェクトが実施中であり、午前中のセッションにおいても、オーストラリアの大臣からこのプログレスをご報告いただいたところでございます。中国では FC バスの生産が急増しているとも聞いております。そしてサウジ、UAE といった中東諸国でも化石燃料と CCUS を組み合わせた水素製造に関心を持っていること、そして FS 等が開始されているといったようなお話も本日の午前中のセッションでも少しばかりはご紹介をいただいたところでございます。こうした活動が各所で同時並行的に行われているというのが現在の状況でございます。これに加えまして、マルチの国際舞台におきましても、IPHE、ミッションイノベーション、そしてクリーンエネルギー大臣会合といった水素に関する国際的な枠組みの中で、水素の利活用に向けた活発な議論が、これまた同時並行的に各所で行われているところでございます。こうした中、我が国は今回、この第2回目となる水素閣僚会合を本日開催してました。前回を上回る35の国、地域、機関から、昨年の倍になります600人以上の方々にご参加をいただいているところでございます。世界中で水素に対する関心が高まる中、午前中に行われた閣僚セッションでは、前回の会合で発表いたしました、水素の取り組みの方向性となる東京宣言の実現のために、各国が取り組むべき具体的な行動指針としてのグローバルアクションアジェンダを議長声明として発表をさせていただいたところでございます。簡単にご紹介させていただきます。一つ目に運輸分野における利活用として世界目標の共有。今後10年間で水素ステーション1万箇所、燃料電池システム1000万台等、といった目標がここに記載されております。インフラ整備、市場拡大、そして次世代 FC モビリティに対する技術開発といったようなことも合わせて、この運輸分野においては指摘をされております。水素サプライチェーンにおきましては、水素の海上輸送拡大に向けた実現可能性の調査や、これに合わせたルールの整備、輸送貯蔵に向けた技術開発、水素取引市場の取引拡大支援といったようなこと。3つ目に、多様な分野における水素利活用として研究開発技術実証、水素利活用に関するモデル地域設定を通じた世界への発信、合わせて水素利活用に向けた技術開発といったようなことが記されております。調査分析という柱におきましては、IEA 等による水素燃料電池に関する世界ロードマップ、戦略の策定の重要性、そして持続可能なエネルギーの将来に向けた水素の需要に関する予測シナリオの開発といったことが謳われております。そして最後に教育広報として、オリンピック・パラリンピックなどのイベントを通じた PR と いったようなことが指摘されております。本日この場にお集まりの各国閣僚や企業トップの方々が、お互いに最先端の知見を持ち寄り、各自でイニシアチブを発揮いたしまして、連携した動きを作り出すことが大変重要ではないかというふうに考えているところでございまして、本日の会議がそのための意義あるもの、そのプラットフォームとなることを期待しております。これらの課題につきまして、世界のリーダーからご意見、ご示唆をいただき、これをグローバルに示していくことによって、水素社会の実現に向けて、引き続き大きな動きを生み出していきたいというふうに思いますし、我が国はその先頭を切って、この動きを作り出していきたいと思っている所存でございます。本日は本分野を代表する皆様から取り組みや考えを共有化いただき、お互いに刺激し合える、そんな会議にしていただければというふうに考えております。それでは皆様、午後の活発な議論を期待いたしまして、私のオープニングのリマークスとさせていただきます。ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Mr. Hirai. Moving on, we have a presentation by Dr. Timur Gal, Head of Energy Technology Policy Division, International Energy Agency. Please welcome to the stage, Dr. Gal.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's a great honor for me to be here with you today and speak a bit about the perspectives of the International Energy Agency on hydrogen at the IEA. We have supported and followed hydrogen for many, many years, be it through analytical efforts that we've been undertaking at the IEA or through our technology collaboration programs on hydrogen, advanced fuel cells. So we've been very active in that space. I think the slides are still missing. The slides? No? There should be slides, but they will hopefully come anytime soon. But in the meantime, let me just tell you, of course, that we've obviously recognized the increasing momentum that hydrogen is enjoying at the International Energy Agency as well. There are more and more countries which are adopting policies around the world. We've counted 50 countries when we came out with our study very recently that have published policies that directly or indirectly support the case of hydrogen. I think this second hydrogen energy ministerial here in Japan is another testimony that shows how strong is that interest in hydrogen these days. We at the IEA, we've been asked by the Japanese G20 presidency to provide input into the debate to the G20 to support discussions there, and we released a study in June this year as a result. Hydrogen, as we see it, can help tackle some very concrete energy challenges that we are facing in the energy system today and will be facing tomorrow. This is first and foremost obviously the question of integrating more renewables into the energy sector. Storage is the key word here, and hydrogen in many ways is already today the cheapest possibility to provide long-term storage. It's not about seconds, not about hours, but it's about days, weeks, and interseasonal storage. Second, we are seeing a great potential for hydrogen in decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors, so the sectors that do not necessarily always feature in the public debate when it comes to the decarbonization of the energy sector, such as steel, chemicals, trucks, ships, planes. Obviously, when being used, hydrogen doesn't produce any CO2 emissions on the one hand, but also doesn't produce any air pollutants on the other hand, so it's supporting local air quality as well. And third, it's all about enhancing energy security as well. You can produce hydrogen in many different ways, you can use it in many different ways, and through storage you can provide additional flexibility. Hence, additionally supporting energy security. There are challenges, of course, with hydrogen. Costs are still high, they need to fall. Infrastructure needs to be developed. We need cleaner hydrogen, and regulatory barriers still exist. People talk about hydrogen very often as if this is just a future thing, something for the future of the energy sector, but according to our numbers, this is not quite true. We are producing today around 70 million tons of hydrogen and consuming around 70 million tons of hydrogen, mostly in the chemical sector, such as for fertilizer production, or in the refining sector to improve the quality of our fuels. The problem with the way we are currently producing hydrogen is that it's not particularly clean, of course. It's not a CO2-free source. It comes from natural gas on the one hand, and coal on the other hand, the reason being very simply the costs. Costs from natural gas and coal to hydrogen are the cheapest, somewhere around $1 to $2 per kilogram, depending on where you're sitting, and renewable-based hydrogen production today is still significantly more expensive than it is for the other fuels. Now, it's a CO2, so hydrogen production emits CO2, but change is fortunately underway. It's going along two areas. On the one hand, we are seeing significant attention to the case of CO2 capture and storage. There are already 7 hydrogen production facilities in place around the world that are using CCUS to produce clean hydrogen. That includes refinery in Hokkaido, it's in the United States, Coffeyville fertilizer plant in Kansas, in the Middle East, a steel plant. So there are many such projects already in place, and there are good 15 projects that have been announced or are under construction, several of them in Europe, in Australia. So there is significant effort underway to use CCUS to produce clean hydrogen. There is a promise, of course, that comes with renewable hydrogen production. It's significant. You can reduce the currently high costs of renewable-based hydrogen production in 2 ways. First, 60% of renewable hydrogen production at a global average is coming from the renewable electricity source, so solar PV and wind. These costs are set to fall, of course, because renewable energies are being deployed in the power sector. And another 40% of renewable-based hydrogen production costs comes with electrolysis, so the process that splits water into hydrogen and oxygen. This is the job to be done by the hydrogen industry, of course, and we are seeing significant scales developing in the last 4 to 5 years, so new projects coming online. In the long term, and this is what you see here on this map, the darker the color, the cheaper the cost of hydrogen. We see that there will be many places where hydrogen can be produced at less than $2 per kilogram from renewable-based electricity, which would be competitive with natural gas-based production today. We believe that developing new technologies doesn't work overnight. This hasn't worked overnight in the various success stories that we had, solar PV, electric mobility, and various others. So this is a long-term process, and for that long-term process to start, the next 10 years will be critical. We are recommending 4 key opportunities to scale up hydrogen to 2030. This is to leverage industrial hubs in coastal areas, which are the areas where you're currently producing and using hydrogen, where if the incentives are being appropriate, you can scale up clean hydrogen production. Second, we are suggesting to leverage on existing infrastructure, the millions of kilometers of natural gas pipelines where you can inject hydrogen and produce dependable demand for cleaner hydrogen. Third, sooner or later, hydrogen has to break out of existing uses, so you have to create new demands if you want to tap into the potential opportunity space for hydrogen. Mobility is obviously one of the key areas that many governments are looking into and focusing on fleets, building out infrastructure corridors, and looking into the opportunity space for heavy-duty vehicles are key opportunities to tap into. And finally, it's about international trade. You don't want to find yourself in a situation in 10 years of time where you have build up initial demand for hydrogen in new areas of the energy system, and you don't have access to cheap hydrogen production from clean energy sources. So using international trade here is an important opportunity. We believe at the IEA, as I just said, that the next 10 years are very critical for commercializing hydrogen, and this is why we've brought forward these 4, as we call them, springboards for a wider hydrogen deployment in the long term. We believe for getting signposts for the industry about the commitment to hydrogen, it is important to establish a role for hydrogen in long-term energy strategies, and setting targets will equally help guide future expectations among energy sector stakeholders. Costs for hydrogen need to be falling through economies of scale, of course, and through R&D, and we believe that there is a critical role for governments to work on regulatory barriers and harmonizing standards. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Gall. Moving on, we have a presentation by Mr. Steven Winberg, Department of Energy, United States of America, International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Winberg.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here with you today, not just to represent the United States, but also the International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy, or IPHE, which includes the European Commission and 19 countries, many of which are represented here today and are with us in this room. The IPHE was launched in 2003 as a global government partnership specifically dedicated to accelerating progress and coordination in hydrogen and fuel cells. And I want to thank many of you for your accomplishments since then. Over the years, the chairmanship has included the United States, Canada, Germany, Japan, France, and we, the United States, were honored to be elected chair last year with Japan as vice chair. Last May, the IPHE held its steering meeting here in Japan, along with a stakeholder event, much like this event here, to showcase progress in all its member countries. The IPHE is a working-level partnership which supports and complements ministerials and other partnerships. It's led by technical experts that have responsibility for developing and executing hydrogen and fuel cell programs within our nations. We are seeing global progress in this effort. And I'd like to provide some examples of my country. As Dr. Gould discussed, we are emerging into uses of hydrogen across a fairly broad spectrum of our industry in the United States. For example, we have 27,000 fuel cell forklifts, and they are spread across major companies within the United States. We've had more than 20 million hydrogen fuelings to date. And in fact, the forklift applications alone now require as much as 8 tons of hydrogen every day. What that's doing is it's enabling infrastructure and supply chain for this emerging hydrogen market. This is pretty tremendous progress just in the last few years, and it reinforces the premise that you learn by doing. We also have over 7,500 fuel cell vehicles in the U.S. Those are sold and leased, and there are other applications as well, like heavy-duty trucks, stationary power for data centers, marine applications, and energy storage, all of which are getting underway. So in addition to learning by doing, we must continue pursuing R&D to reduce cost. Going forward, one of our major marquee hydrogen R&D efforts is the H2 at Scale initiative, which is targeted at enabling affordable and reliable large-scale hydrogen generation, transportation, storage, and utilization across multiple sectors. Last month, the United States announced $40 million in funding for 29 projects to advance H2 at scale. We are also evaluating and developing ways to produce hydrogen from nuclear power, which can complement hydrogen production from intermittent renewables and provide an additional revenue stream for the nuclear facilities. At present, the United States produces more than 10 million metric tons of hydrogen, which equates to about 1/7 of the global hydrogen production, the bulk of which is used in refining and chemical manufacturing processes. This production process has the added potential for capturing carbon dioxide and is aligned with the department's work on carbon capture, utilization, and storage, or CCUS. We're also pursuing the development of gasification technologies, which can convert coal, natural gas, biomass, wood waste, and even plastics into hydrogen. It also offers the opportunity to further commercialize CCUS technology. And in fact, coal with biomass and carbon capture, utilization, and storage can produce hydrogen at net negative CO2 emissions. So the U.S. is engaged in a variety of important work to advance hydrogen, and that's why international collaboration through the IPHE is so important. Through this partnership, we have organized numerous workshops and forums with hundreds of experts and policymakers to help identify gaps and shape our R&D programs. One example is the IPHE Hydrogen Infrastructure Workshop Series for hydrogen production, delivery, storage, which are all key challenges and which we've been talking about this morning at the ministerial meeting. So looking ahead, we see the IPHE continuing to deliver concrete actions in an enabling role. Through the IPHE work groups, we will be evaluating and investigating regulations, codes, standards, and safety, as well as education and outreach. And we need all of this to complement the research we are continuing to fund by exploring ways to address key challenges to hydrogen technology development. Harmonizing codes and standards and enabling best practices in safety are examples of actions that are needed to ensure a robust, reliable supply chain in an emerging global market. Another challenge, of course, is helping drive down the cost and achieve a viable business case for hydrogen technologies. We have seen this with other technologies such as solar, wind, natural gas batteries, and we're just starting now to see these opportunities for hydrogen. Key to our collective success to commercialize hydrogen is private sector engagement to accelerate demonstration and deployment and to reduce these regulatory barriers. And we look forward to exploring new opportunities and pathways for collaboration, including through the IPHE and in support of other partnerships. And indeed, there are several new partnerships on hydrogen, such as the Clean Energy Ministerial Hydrogen Initiative, which is led by Canada, Mission Innovation, which is led by Australia, and the Hydrogen Energy Ministerial led by Japan here today. So we have a lot of important work ahead of us, and I look forward to accelerating progress. I appreciate your attention, and I wish that you all a very good conference. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you today on this very, very important project called moving hydrogen into commercialization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Winberg. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Sean Tupper, Associate Deputy Minister, Canada, Clean Energy Ministerial. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Tupper.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon. A year ago, the first Hydrogen Energy Ministerial meeting issued a clear call to accelerate the use of hydrogen across the globe. Canada, like other nations, heard that call. And in response, we took the opportunity afforded to us as hosts of the Clean Energy Ministerial last May in Vancouver to launch an initiative that would do just that. The SEM Hydrogen Initiative, which Canada co-leads with Japan, the Netherlands, the European Union, and the United States, has a simple goal: to advance the commercial deployment of hydrogen and fuel cell technologies across all sectors of the economy, from transportation to buildings, and from industrial applications to energy storage. For the first time, we have a forum dedicated to policies, programs, and projects focused on full-scale commercialization. More than 20 countries have joined as full members or observers, and that number will continue to grow. Since its launch in May, the Hydrogen Initiative has set out an ambitious plan, focusing on hydrogen-related technologies, building partnerships to advance commercial-scale projects, enabling global supply chains, conducting in-depth analyses, developing a program to integrate hydrogen into community energy supplies, facilitating public-private partnerships across jurisdictions and around the world, and keeping the hydrogen community connected through meetings, working groups, webinars, and workshops. I'm exhausted already. We will also be drafting a biannual hydrogen report focused on global trends, tracking commercial deployment, and measuring progress against our targets. In the coming months, we'll be finalizing this work plan, creating working groups in priority areas such as clean hydrogen production and distribution, fuel cells and transportation, region-specific opportunities, and sustainable finance. The SEM initiative is a natural complement to the Hydrogen Energy Ministerial, working with the IPHE, the IEA, and Mission Innovation, and it provides a way to deliver many of the initiatives discussed here today. Canada understands there can be no transition to a low-carbon future without hydrogen. Equally, there can be no commercial-scale adoption without industry. The SEM Hydrogen Initiative will benefit from the experience and expertise of the Hydrogen Council. And the discussions we've had so far with industry indicates that they see this as an opportunity to grow the global market. We know the economic opportunity is significant, and our colleagues at the Hydrogen Council have shown the hydrogen economy could generate over $2 trillion in revenues, creating 30 million jobs globally. On the same day we launched the initiative at SEM, we held the first meeting of our advisory council, and industry outnumbered other participants 2-to-1. So we know that industry is interested, and now we have to keep the momentum going, building new partnerships to accelerate commercialization. Canada is excited to co-lead this initiative. It's a natural fit for us. After all, Canada is the 7th largest hydrogen producer in the world. We have one of the lowest emitting electricity grids in the world, and our climate policies are making that grid even cleaner. We are also home to world-renowned companies such as Ballard and Hydrogenics, leaders in hydrogen technology that are exporting their products around the world. These companies are benefiting from Canada's commitment to innovation, including a climate plan that is investing more than $17 billion in a clean growth economy. Other countries are taking notice. The Austrian company AVL, for example, has opened up a research and development center in Canada, and Air Liquide has announced a partnership with Hydrogenics to build a 20-megawatt electrolyzer, the largest electrolytic hydrogen facility in the world. Hydrogenics has also joined with Enbridge, a major Canadian energy company, to build a 2.5-megawatt power-to-gas facility, the first of its kind in North America. That's not the only hydrogen first for Canada. We also built the first hydrogen fuel cell bus, the first vehicle fleet, developed the first hydrogen installation code, and produced the first full-service bus fleet. Some of you may recall that when Canada hosted the 2010 Winter Olympics in Vancouver, it became the host of the world's largest hydrogen fuel cell bus fleet. Today, Canadian technologies are powering passenger trains in Germany, fueling forklifts in the United States, moving goods around China, and providing reliable backup power here in Japan. Quite simply, Canada is helping to lead the way in hydrogen future. We look forward to working with all of you as we continue to build that future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tupper. Now we have a presentation by Dr. Gerd Charks, Head of Division, International Cooperation, Mission Innovation. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Charks.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present you the Innovation Challenge 8 from Mission Innovation, and starting with a short introduction to NOW. So we are a governmental organization in Germany to coordinate organization or programs for hydrogen. So one of the biggest hydrogen and fuel cell program we have in Germany is the National Innovation Program. And we are coordinating all these activities in that. And for that, we are responsible, together with Australia and the European Commission, for the Innovation Challenge 8 of Mission Innovation. So Mission Innovation is, was formed in 2015 by 23 countries and the EU Commission. The target was to double the R&D efforts by 2020 for different topics for innovative clean energy technologies. So last year, Mission Innovation AC8 was founded for renewable and clean hydrogen. So this is actually the picture we have in mind when it comes to the integration of hydrogen. So in the end, it's about an integrated energy system where hydrogen plays an important role. The question actually is how to get there, how to get to an energy system with hydrogen with a starting point at the existing energy system we have today. So actually the big question for us is not the technology itself, it's how to integrate. So innovation is integration of these new technologies into the existing infrastructure and the existing energy systems. So I think we've heard a lot about the advantages of hydrogen and the global market which we want to achieve in the future. But of course there is a gap between the state we have today, like demonstration plans and pilot plans, and the global market we want to have in the future. And exactly this gap we try to close, or let's say to accelerate, by the Innovation Challenge 8 within Mission Innovation. So it's actually the next step after demonstration of projects. And by that, it's pretty important to know that we not only focus on the production side. So if you want to integrate hydrogen, you have to find markets actually for green or clean hydrogen in the future. So it's not about production on itself. It's about how to integrate production and how to find markets for green hydrogen and the infrastructure to distribute hydrogen between the production and the end use. So actually, we have in mind the complete chain of hydrogen production and end usage. So we have right now 3 objectives. So it's the R&D projects we like to initiative. So it's not, as I said, not about technology. It's about integration and identify barriers for integration. It's to enable large-scale projects. So I think we've heard that the key to reducing costs is large-scale projects, to combine different markets, combine different activities in the hydrogen field. And of course, by that, the combination of information sharing. So to get there, it's pretty important to have cooperations between different member states and to have a sharing of information for hydrogen projects to get to a market. So for IC8, right now we have about 16 countries and the European Commission. And as I said, Australia, European Commission and Germany is co-leading this IC. So we started last year, and we had 2 workshops to identify actually our work plan and our key topics. So right now we have 2 major topics, which is hydrogen into the natural gas grid and hydrogen for heavy-duty applications. So there are 2 potential markets actually where we can bring up green hydrogen in the near future, especially like for heavy-duty applications. I think you've heard that Germany deployed the first hydrogen train, And that was actually a pretty good project for us because there we can show that the complete production chain is actually doable. So by these trains, we get a very predictable large amount for hydrogen, and therefore we can actually set up first business cases on the production of green hydrogen. So the market in the transportation sector is for us, it's pretty important, especially when it comes to heavy duty. So these are two markets, and for the information sharing, we established a platform by the European Commission, funded and organized by the European Commission, information sharing platform, the Hydrogen Valley sharing platform, which is for us a good forum and place where we actually can share our experiences for different projects. So that you get a sense of what we are talking about. As you've heard, Germany right now has about 30 power-to-gas systems in place, which are about 10 megawatt systems, up to 10 megawatt systems. The next step has to be the 100 megawatt system. So these are two project ideas from Germany, actually, where we try to combine renewable energy production and the natural gas grid. So actually, the next step are these 100 megawatt systems, which we want to bring in place. And for that, I think it's got pretty clear that it's pretty important to combine our activities, to cooperate with different member states. So I think Mission Innovation is a great opportunity to do actually that. And so I'm very pleased that we have this conversation and this discussion here in Japan. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Charks. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Jun Arima, Senior Policy Fellow on Energy and Environment, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Arima.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to present AREA's recent studies on hydrogen potential in the ES region, in particular, ASEAN region. As a sustainable energy option, hydrogen is attracting a lot of attention in terms of no CO2 emissions, a limited supply, and its durability and transportability. And we have done some demand and supply analysis in considering hydrogen demand in this region. We have prepared 3 scenarios regarding H2 concentration in gas H2 mixed fuel in power and industrial sector, and the share of H2 out of total fuel demand in the transport sector. We have also estimated H2 production potential in each country, taking into account such factors as available land, vicinity to export facilities, and also distance from populated area, as well as solar and wind endowment situation. And our analysis suggests that hydrogen demand in 2040 could be 2% of the total energy demand. And high potential seems to exist in such countries as Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. As for sectors, transport and power sector are promising. But still, 2% is very much modest figure. But this is due to current high production cost of hydrogen, and massive cost reduction is apparently the key for further penetration. And the biggest challenge is, as I said, production cost of hydrogen. It needs to be reduced by R&D, including through international collaboration and boosting hydrogen demand. And the government support and preparation of enabling market environment, including market mechanism, is essential. And considering its production cost and also abundant fossil fuel endowment in the ASEAN region, hydrogen in this region will be introduced from fossil fuels at first, but the share of renewable could increase, say 35% in 2030 and 72% in 2050. This order will definitely depend on the feasibility of CCS, CCUS technologies, as well as hydrogen production and transportation technologies. And if hydrogen production cost could be successfully reduced, local supply chain and global trading to Japan and Korea could start in 2020, 2030 time period. and we expand into global H2 energy supply chain network in this region in 2040 to 50. To make this happen, of course, countries need to develop a national hydrogen strategy and roadmap, introduce financial support in early stage, and raise public awareness. Also, regional collaboration is very much important in such area as standardization and also regulatory harmonization. So let me sum up. Hydrogen is becoming a realistic option according to technology development in both demand and supply side. And there is significant hydrogen potential in ES, in particular, including ASEAN region. Since demand and supply production area is different, therefore supply chain bridging them needs to be developed. And in shifting to hydrogen society, hydrogen production in this region could start from fossil fuel and gradually shift to renewables. And in order to develop regional and global hydrogen market, developed countries should take a lead in policy planning, technology development, and investment to infrastructure. At the G20 Energy and Environment Ministers meeting in Karizawa this June, our organization area was tasked to conduct further research on hydrogen potential in the region. And at the EAS Energy Ministers meeting in September this year, ministers welcomed a forthcoming area workshop on hydrogen with the participation of key prospective hydrogen producer and consumer countries in the region. And hydrogen potential needs to be analyzed taking into account country-specific circumstances, including endowment of renewable and fossil fuels, and also their relative cost, location of key infrastructure, and availability of land, and so forth. This is where area, our organization, as international organization which has strong ties with ASEAN region, could exercise its comparative advantage. And in fact, area intends to hold further deeper analysis incorporating country-specific circumstances. And points spelled out in the Global Action Agenda adopted today, namely mobility across applications, hydrogen supply chains, sector integration, study and evaluation of hydrogen potential, and communication, education, and outreach are all relevant and will be extremely useful inputs for further analysis and discussion in the forthcoming workshop. Through such analysis and discussions, we are looking forward to making a positive contribution to the realization of the Tokyo Statement in this region. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arima. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Pierre-Etienne Fran, Vice President of Air Liquide and Secretary of Hydrogen Council. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Fran.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this occasion to speak about the future of hydrogen. I will remind you rapidly first who we are, the Hydrogen Council, and then go back to the status of deployments of the technology as they are today, and deliver the 4 key messages that we think are necessary now to reach scale and for which we call on action from governments and industry together. So the Council has been created 3 years ago in Davos in January. It was a CEO-led initiative. We were 13 at the time. It was chaired at the time by Toyota and Air Liquide. Today it's chaired with Hyundai and Air Liquide, and Toyota will take over the chair again in June next year. Now we are 60 members, CEO-led companies from very large sectors and very large industries, represented 3 continents, 13 countries, and all the key sectors which have an interest in hydrogen. This is the list of the members to date. A couple of others are on the standing list and might join in a couple of months. But as you can see, it's rather broad and rather consistent with the role hydrogen can play in the energy sector tomorrow. We've also, as many others, done our studies, because you heard a lot about studies, and we've done ours as well. We've tried to set the tone of what could be the ambition for the sector. We aligned the vision between oil and gas, energy, utilities, automotive, and industry players. We believe the hydrogen sector could represent up to 18% of the final energy demand by 2050 and could contribute to abate up to 6 gigatons of CO2, which is a key position in the different vectors for reducing CO2 emissions. And we are now finalizing a new study that is going to be published in January next year, which is a cost roadmap. We said it's good to have ambitions. We all have a lot of ambitions, but how are we going to make this happen? Is it indeed feasible that hydrogen becomes competitive with the incumbent technologies in many different sectors where we want to decarbonize? And so this cost roadmap that is being developed by the council members jointly with the support of McKinsey will show that in a couple of applications we are already market ready to become competitive. Some others will be in 2025, others in 2030. It will cost the investment needed on the regulations and support schemes needed to make this happen. And we think it's going to be a good support document for policymakers. Indeed, the issue for us is the path to scale. Many people speak about R&D. Of course, R&D is an important topic as a feedback loop to deployment. But what we really need now is scale deployment, massive series deployment, so that the cost goes down. This is the fundamental need of the industry today. If you look at the deployment to date, as you can see in the slides, we've reached already some numbers which are interesting and which shows that the technology is ready, that the consumer experience is fine, the reliability, the safety, the technical efficiencies of the key components are there. What needs to be done is to go to volume so that the cost gets to acceptable level. And if we reach that, then the ambition that has been displayed by many countries and by many players then can be reached. I'm not going to go through those figures, we don't have the time. You have another view of that, which is the oncoming large-scale projects, which are either being executed now or are looking for the right regulation or supporting schemes to go into reality. Some of them are massive, they are linked to carbon capture and storage, they link to massive power-to-gas, large electrolysis plays, they link to maritime projects, transport, heavy-duty passenger cars in different countries. It's worldwide, southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere. Everything is there. To come to truth and to come to reality, we just need the right support schemes. There's been, I think, a kind of ambition set up by the Hydrogen Energy Ministerial earlier this morning, which is calling for 3 tenths, 10 million cars or 10 million systems, 10,000 stations in 10 years. This is the kind of ambition we like, and we kind of agree. And when we take the ambition we took in the scaling up study, we were not so far away from those figures in our 2030 vision. We were a little bit more ambitious, but reaching that would be very good. How do we reach that? First, we need that this vision is shared between countries, and we think that the Hydrogen Energy Ministerial, the SEM initiative, which is a fundamental one, and also mission innovation and the gathering within IPHE with the support of the IEA, all those elements are showing that there is a kind of a consensus on the role hydrogen can play. We need now to make those archetype deployment at scale to work. And for that, we need clear regulations, homogeneous between countries, and we need supporting schemes and financial setup so that we can bridge the gaps to competitiveness. And these are the 4 messages that the Council would like to pass to you. First, we need to go into massive public-private partnership and guarantee mechanism to unlock investment in transportation infrastructure. Today, technologies on the station side is ready, and technologies on the fuel cell side is ready. The volume is not coming because nobody wants to take the risk of the massive infrastructure deployment. So we are going to do the job on our side as industry players. We will try to gather industry players to bridge them together into building a fund, an infrastructure fund to be capable to mobilize massive investment capacities. But this is only going to happen if we invest in countries that help us bridge the gap to competitiveness by developing the right financing solutions. We have ideas for that. We need to move on this. Second, we need to have the same regulations everywhere. Today, it's not possible to use the same supply chain in China, Korea, Japan, Europe, and the US. We don't have everywhere liquid supply chain, high-pressure supply chain. We don't have everywhere the same capacity to use unattended stations with the same safety distance and the same regulations. If we don't have that, we cannot have the series and scale effect and go into cost of infrastructure, which is competitive because we can replicate it everywhere in the world. So we need to find a way to get the same regulations everywhere. Third, everybody agrees that all this is only going to work if hydrogen is low carbon. We need to agree on the right methodology to define what is low carbon. It's not so simple. We've done a work in Europe in a project called Certify, with the support from the European Commission, where we've gathered 120, 150 industry members to try to define the right methodology to calculate what is low-carbon hydrogen. We don't want to fix for the states the threshold. Every state might have a different vision of the threshold of low carbon, but we should have at least the same methodology to calculate what kind of emission is derived from a byproduct, from a coal gasification, from a natural gas base, etc., etc. We have tools for that, and we suggest that all the countries try to align their vision on the methodology for this. Fourth, we need an incentive program and regulation to enforce the supply and demand of clean and green hydrogen premium value. Everybody in this room knows that grey hydrogen is not good, but is very competitive. If you want good and very competitive hydrogen, it's going to take some time and it's going to take some financial effort. If we want it to move, we need a regulation forcing the system both on the supply and the demand side, so that the customers are ready to pay the price for it because they get the right incentives, or because the regulations put everyone in the same level playing field. This is fundamental if we want to move into real scale investments. If we are capable to bridge those four topics, then we think that we will be capable to reach the ambition that the Hydrogen Energy Ministerial has set forward. In that endeavor, the role of the Council is twofold. First is to continue to mobilize the sector engagement by bringing together all the players and to make sure we bring the right advocacy to the world in communication, public opinion with policymakers. And second, to support the policymakers with the right analysis of benchmarking the regulations and tools and policies so that the countries that want to move forward can take the best of it. And we will also focus more on safety benchmark, because safety is a fundamental element in the whole development of this new sector. If we can manage to gather industry as we did and governments as we tried to do with this fantastic hydrogen energy ministerial gathering, then we have a chance to go forward. I would like to conclude by proposing you a kind of a cheer-up movie summarizing what we've just discussed over the last hour, and that would be the best way probably to conclude this session before the lunch. With that, I thank you, and if we can move to that movie called Mission Impossible, but we will make it. Thank you.
Dear citizens of the world, latest intel suggests climate change is nearly irreversible. Experts forecast an increased intensity of natural disasters in years to come. The 2°C target is bound to fail without drastic change. You can make a difference. You have the power to have a positive impact. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to enable this change. Your main asset in order to succeed, the hydrogen economy. By accelerating the use of this molecule, you can power the energy transition. Additional goals are putting reliable, clean vehicles on the streets, electrifying the industry, enabling renewable energies to become dominant by storing their power, decarbonizing remaining fossil fuels, and opening the way for a new world. You cannot afford to fail. This message will self-destruct in a few seconds, but this mission is just starting.
Thank you, Mr. Fran. This concludes the keynote speeches on potential of hydrogen energy for energy transition. Please give a big hand to all the speakers. Now we take a break until 1:25. Please help yourself to drinks provided outside the hall. We would also like to draw your attention to the exhibition area outside the hall. Please take any personal valuables and interpretation receivers with you. The session will resume at 1:25. Please return to your seat in time for the session. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. We will now resume the Hydrogen Energy Ministerial Meeting 2019 Industry and International Organization session. The next session is a mobility workshop panel discussion on the theme of expansion of hydrogen use. The moderator of the session is Dr. Sunita Satyapal, Director for Fuel Cell Technologies Office, Department of Energy. Now I would like to introduce the panelists from left to right on stage. Mr. Takeshi Uchiyamada, Chairman of the Board of Directors, Toyota Motor Corporation. Dr. Stephen Kim, Vice President, Head of Fuel Cell Division, Hyundai Motor Group. Mr. Jesse Schneider, Executive Vice President, Nikola Motor Company. Mr. Akiji Makino, Chairman and CEO, Iwatani Corporation. Dr. Alexander Unterschutz, Senior Vice President, Member of the Executive Leadership Team, Components, Linde Engineering. Mr. Hideki Sugawara, President, Japan H2 Mobility. And Mr. Randy McEwen, President and CEO, Ballard Power Systems. They're the distinguished panelists today. Now we will have a 7-minute presentation from each panelist and then move on to a panel discussion. To start, we would like to ask Mr. Takeshi Uchiyamada from Toyota Motor Corporation to take a lead. Mr. Uchiyamada, please begin.
Thank you for my introduction. And I'd like to speak in Japanese, so please set your headset. トヨタ自動車の内山田でございます。私からは水素社会実現に向けましたトヨタ自動車の取り組みについてお話をさせていただきたいと思います。この6月に日本政府が閣議決定しましたパリ協定に基づく長期戦略の中に水素社会の実現がビジョンとして記述され、また日米欧政府によりまして水素社会実現に向けて結束を強化する共同宣言も公表されました。このように昨今持続可能な社会のエネルギーとして水素に大きな期待がかかっております。トヨタも電動車の開発、販売に積極的に取り組んでまいりました。さらに2015年には自動車や工場から排出される CO2 削減に向けました長期的な取り組みであるトヨタ環境チャレンジ2050を設定いたしました。トヨタは CO2 排出量削減の重要なアイテムと位置づけまして、2014年、世界に先駆けまして、FCV 未来を導入いたしました。導入当初、年700台であった生産能力を、現在、年3000台レベルまで増強し、累計で約1万台販売しております。また、トヨタはグループを挙げまして、FC バスや FC フォークリフトなどへの展開も図ってまいりました。しかし、水素社会の広がりは遅く、水素社会実現に向けては、水素関連コストの低コスト化、水素に関する規制の見直しなど、多くの課題があり、これらの課題を解決することが大変重要であります。供給側は安価な水素を供給し、需要側は水素の需要量を拡大することで、水素社会成長のサイクルを早めることができます。そのためには、政府を含めた3者がそれぞれの施策を実施し、連携を強化する必要がございます。トヨタは需要側として水素需要量の拡大を図るべく、さまざまな取り組みをさらに実施してまいります。一つ目は、FCV の生産能力を現在の10倍にあたる年間3万台以上に高まるべく、FC スタックの生産用建屋を新たに建設いたしました。本日、写真をお見せできないのは残念ですが、現在2020年内の次期未来発売に向けまして、最終的な開発を行っているところでございます。2つ目は、電動車両は普及してこそ意味があります。地球規模での FCV を含む電動車の普及に貢献すべく、完成車だけではなく、車両電動化技術のシステム提供も開始いたしました。その際に、弊社の技術を他社様が使いやすくなるように、FC 技術を含みます約23,700件の車両電動化特許の実施権を無償で提供することにいたしました。3つ目は、未来の経験を通じまして、トラックやバス、フォークリフトといった分野で FCV 技術が有効であるという手応えを得ることができましたので、商用車への拡大をさらに加速させていきます。日本ではセブンイレブンジャパン様と店舗および物流における CO2 排出削減に向けた取り組みを開始しております。米国ではロサンゼルス港で大型トラックの排気によります大気汚染が課題になっておりますので、FC 大型トラックの実証を現在行っております。また、ご覧いただいておりますように、弊社の FC システムをポルトガルのバス会社、カエターノ社に提供し、この秋、欧州で走行実証実験を開始する予定でございます。また、中国のシステムインテグレーター事業者、商用車メーカーにも提供し、中国での FC バスの普及に貢献したいと考えております。FC の技術は台数の多い乗用車の開発で性能向上とコスト低減を進め、その技術を商用車へ応用。商用車は台数は少ないのですが、エネルギー消費量が大きいことから、水素需要の拡大につながると考えております。4つ目は、移動体燃料としてだけではなく、弊社工場内での水素利用も開始しました。この図は、愛知県、県内自治体、企業の皆様と昨年開始したプロジェクトであります。下水汚泥処理により発生しましたバイオガス由来の都市ガスを弊社工場に設置しました回出装置で低炭素水素を製造し、工場内で使用する FC フォークリフトで利用しております。 また FC フォークリフトへの水素充填は同じ工場内に太陽光パネルを設置し、再エネ電気による水分解から水素を製造することでも行っております。今後、水素利用の拡大を図るために、FC フォークリフトの配備の拡大や、工場の中に商業用燃料電池や水素自家発電などを導入していく予定でございます。世界でもさまざまな取り組みが行われており、2017年、13社で発足しましたハイドロジェンカウンシルは、現在60社までメンバーが増え、トヨタもこの一員としまして、水素社会の実現を共同で目指しております。このような取り組みは、今後さらに広がることが期待されております。来年、東京オリンピック・パラリンピックが開催されますが、トヨタはワールドワイドパートナーとして、約500台の燃料電池車をはじめ、FC バス、空、FC フォークリフトを導入し、水素社会の一部を世界にお見せする予定でございます。水素社会を実現するためには、企業間の協力に加えまして、各国政府、投資家、お客様といったすべてのステークホルダーの皆様と連携、協力していくことが何よりの推進力になると確信しております。トヨタは水素社会の早期実現に向けて、よりオープンに、より多様なパートナーと協調し、これからも先頭に立って水素社会の実現を推進してまいります。引き続きご理解とご協力をよろしくお願いいたします。私からは以上でございます。
Thank you, Mr. Uchiyamada. Moving on, we have a presentation by Dr. Kim Seffen, Vice President, Head of Fuel Cell Division, Hyundai Motor Group.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce about our Hyundai Group's activity in fuel cell. And I'm also a co-secretary of Hydrogen Council, so maybe I could inform you some things going on in Hydrogen Council also. I will not talk about the challenges and opportunities now because we all know it, and you will probably see in the news in CNN on Bloomberg that UN General Assembly there is a demonstration going on from the students, yeah, and even they made a speech in UN, and I think it is clear. Hyundai Motor Company has been developing fuel cell technology since 1998, and we had first mass-produced fuel cell car in 2013. And today we have Nexo. 2018 we have second-generation fuel cell car. When we launched in 2013, until 2017 we produced only 200 vehicles per year. We could not find the hydrogen stations to sell. We counted when we estimated the sales. We counted the numbers of hydrogen stations in Europe, in US, but now there's a lot more. So 2018, with Nexo, we produced 1,000 units in 2018, and this year we will produce 6,300 units, about 6.3 times more, and next year we will double the capacity. And until 2022, I think we will have the capacity of 40,000 vehicles per year. I will just shortly tell you about Nexo. This is equipped with all the technology, second-level autonomous vehicle, and we guarantee the durability of 10 years in Korea and US market. And it can refuel in 5 minutes, and there's many other things. It can drive about more than 600 kilometers in US mode and Korean mode. If you talk about NEDC, the European cycle today, it can go up to 800 kilometers driving with one charge. I will not speak about our system because it is not technical venue, but I would like to talk more about the cost. Maybe you will be very interested when the fuel cell cost can come down. Well, this is a projection of the cost of battery system and fuel cell system. So battery system is in dot. So if you don't go 1 kilometer, you will need no battery. So it is 0. And if you make the cost along the driving range, the curve goes like that, very steep. This is a curve of $110 per kilowatt hour. And we assume that we are using 65 kilowatt hour battery system in the car. And the thick line is the fuel cell system cost. Even if you don't drive a mile, you have to have a system, so the initial cost is high. But if you draw the system cost along the driving range, you can see that these two lines meet together in 355 kilometers. So this is a projection of DOE. Yeah, the thick line is the projection of DOE, and the dotted line is the projection of Bloomberg, the battery cost in 2025. When we received this DOE target early days in 2004-05, we thought it is impossible. But today, we see this curve very realistic. And next year, early next year, Hydrogen Council will open a study. It is a cost study of Hydrogen Council, and I think the cost study we will announce next year will be also in the same range. Yeah? It means by 2025, the battery cost, car cost, and fuel cell car cost will be almost same in the range of 355. It will be cost competitive. And you can see here $7,200 system cost. That means it will still be expensive than internal combustion engines. But if you consider the CO2 cost added, then it is more competitive than internal combustion engine vehicles, even. So, automotive industry is working for this, and we see in very near future, in 3, 4, 5 years, but we need more stations. Even if we become competitive in the automotive technology, if we don't have hydrogen infrastructure, we cannot succeed in proper time. And this proper time, we think 2025, at least before 2025. So I hope all the government and many international organizations work with us for this, constructing this hydrogen infrastructure all over the world. Hyundai Motor Company will expand the capacity, and we will use also our system like Toyota announced. We will use our system in a variety of areas, yeah, in ships, maybe, backup power. And our production target is next year, 11,000 vehicles. 2020, 11, yeah, that is next year, 11,000 vehicles. And 2022, 40,000 vehicles. And 2030, 500,000. And we will produce in 2030, but the system will produce 700,000 because we want to use 20,000 in other areas. So that is our target, and we are struggling for this. So before this time comes, we want to really see the hydrogen station equipped in all over the world, in Europe, China, and also in Korea, Japan. But we have some regulation problems we have to discuss afterwards. Our system will be looking like this. We have repackaged our system, which is going into Nexo. We modified it a little bit that it could, fit into, trains or other systems. So, and here, we cannot do this all by ourselves. We are working with other organizations in the world. So we made an MOU with Saudi Aramco. We will work together on, reducing the cost of carbon fibers together because, we use a lot of amount of carbon fiber in hydrogen tanks. Yeah. So we have to reduce that, the cost of the hydrogen tanks also. And about trucks, we have made a joint venture with H2 Energy this year, and we will provide 1,600 fuel cell trucks to Switzerland till 2025. And I think the demand of trucks is much more in other areas of Europe, and especially small trucks in China. So I think the truck business and bus business will increase rapidly in all over the world. And we also want to work with OEMs altogether. So we have exchanged the IPs with Audi, and we share the supply chain. We'll do this more. Thank you very much, and I hope the hydrogen society grows faster and faster. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Seven. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Jesse Schneider, Executive Vice President, Nikola Motor Company.
So thank you very much. Very honored to be here with esteemed colleagues and also international industry. Title of the presentation is The Road Towards Zero-Emission Trucking and Low Well-to-Wheels Emissions. So that's really a driver at Nikola Motors. We are a startup, a well-funded startup, but we're also working with partners. We just partnered with Iveco. We're working also with Nel in regards to hydrogen stations. And what our business model is actually also was regards to what we talked about this morning, which was hydrogen at scale. We think that disruption is really through vertical integration. It's not just the chicken and the egg anymore, it's the omelet. It's what brings us forward. We think that the zero-emission trucking industry is set for disruption also because it's a self-contained fleet where you can actually concentrate your vehicles and also have hydrogen stations that come along with it. The advantage of fuel cell trucks is that you can actually get almost the same range, well, the same range as 40-ton commercial trucks, high torque, high horsepower, and also zero emissions. When you combine it with hydrogen as a zero-emission technology, you can get fast fueling, even though it involves some development as well, which is what I'm going to show you in a minute. And we believe, at least in the near term, we're going to be doing on-site generation at each one of the sites, all the way up to 8 tons a day. And that includes both light-duty and heavy-duty fueling. So just showing a little bit behind what is behind our Nikola truck. We're actually working with Bosch on the fuel cell system. We have hydrogen storage underneath the cabin, as well as batteries, and we have independent electric axles in the back. This is a fuel cell powertrain, and what's unique about this is the world's first purpose-built Class 8 truck. And in order to get this very long range of 1,000 kilometers, you need to get about 80 kilograms on board. With that said, a little bit about the technology. We have 240 kilowatts of fuel cell power. That's actually two independent stacks. And it has 125 kilowatt hours of battery, up to 250 kilowatt hours. And we have an independent e-drive. That's over 1,000 horsepower to drive the wheels, and 2,000 foot-pounds of torque. And we're also working with Bosch and others on autonomous capabilities. So one thing that Nikola is pioneering is what's called the total cost of ownership lease. This lease is basically giving the customer one place where they have to pay Nikola at a monthly rate, and at the same time they get maintenance, they get everything included, mileage, including hydrogen fuel. And with this, we've already done 14,000 orders in North America. There's actually another large announcement that's going to be coming in the near future in terms of orders. And we're also accompanying this, we're building stations where the fleets need them. So literally we're taking orders of large fleets in the hundreds. Usually we're talking about a fleet of 150 to 200, and then they get a hydrogen station built for that. And we're partnering with Nel to produce on-site renewable hydrogen, also supplemented with grid power and low carbon energy. And we believe that we're going to be helping not only the heavy-duty market, but we'll have a few dispensers also for the light-duty market. With that said, we'd like to show you a little bit about the hydrogen station. The hydrogen station, we're going to have a few megawatts of solar on-site, and when it's close to large areas of desert, we can actually have solar farms. So we're actually working with Hanwha in that regard as well. Hanwha is another investor of Nikola. We also have on-site generation. In this particular station, it's 8 tons a day. And if you think, wow, that's a lot of hydrogen, if you think about, if you divide that by 80 kilograms per fueling, you get a few hundred vehicles, but you don't get thousands. So right now, we're thinking of a standard station with one design that we can replicate across the United States in the beginning. And we're doing that with 10 tons of hydrogen storage so that we can actually store a day and a quarter of demand and also do hydrogen electrolysis at off-peak hours to save money as well. And we have fast fueling as well that we're going to be doing filling on the heavy-duty side, fast fueling, and also for the light-duty as well. And we're going to be following the standards on the light-duty side, and we're going to help generate and develop the standard on the heavy-duty side. So we've talked before, we heard before this morning, you can get low-cost hydrogen, but a lot of it is dependent on the cost of electricity if you're doing it through electrolysis. And if you look at the cost of the trends of solar electricity and renewables, you'll see that renewable power is actually coming down. There's a solar, right now, they're about to, in LA, there's going to be a solar farm that's going to be 400 megawatts that's actually going to be charging a battery, an 800 megawatt hour battery, and they're going to be charging 2 cents a kilowatt hour. It is possible to do this. However, there are many grids that don't associate that power or that cost of power to market. But for most of the states in the United States, you can actually get this power, which is another reason for the business plan in the United States. But in order to get diesel parity, you need about 4 cents a kilowatt hour, and you can get with profit or at the pump $6 per sale per kilogram. I just want to say one thing about our R&D center. We have one building established in Arizona. We're currently building a second. That's our hydrogen R&D center. And that is going to be our first 8-ton-a-day station that's starting to come out next year. We're going to have 2 tons next year. In 2021, we're going to have the first 8-ton station worldwide. And also, that's going to be used for development not only of the Nikola fuel cell system and Nikola hydrogen storage, and Nikola, it was also working with partners to do hydrogen fueling development as well at that site. And what's really unique about this facility is it actually has everything under one roof, from single cell to short stack to full system, all the way up to full vehicle with a climatized chamber from -40 to +50. So it's a pretty comprehensive facility. We think it's the most comprehensive for the heavy-duty fuel cell market. We heard a lot about partnerships. We also believe in partnerships, and we also believe one of the biggest challenges is finding a single standard. And in terms of, we want to learn from the electric vehicle world where there are multiple types of electrical connections. We'd like to have one connection worldwide. In order to do that, we have to do some development, and also we're working with Hyundai, Toyota, some of the gentlemen on stage, Shell, Air Liquide, and Nel, in order to develop the fueling hardware for the 70 megapascal. So this 700 bar fueling, which already is standardized in light duty, we'd like to help promote that by this development project with regards to the nozzle, receptacle, the hose, and the breakaway. And this data is going to start to become available in 2019, and we're going to be using this and giving this data to the standards organizations to help accelerate those efforts. So one thing it's unique, if we're going to say on a Nikola slide, but we'd like to promote this in a standard, is that we believe in order to receive diesel parity, it's not just the cost, it's also speed. So at Nikola today, we're fueling 60 to 80 kilograms, which take longer than this time. But next year, with our high pressure and high speed compressor working with Nel, we're actually planning on doing 50-minute fueling, which is a lot. It's basically 300 grams a second. It's a faster fueling. But we believe this is how you can achieve the speed of fueling. And this is something that we're not only Nikola is working for, but we're working with partners to make this happen and standardize it. So I've talked about a lot about what makes the truck happen and what makes the infrastructure happen. You may not see this on a lot of automaker slides. Nikola has actually funded a project with Argonne National Laboratories recently in the United States to understand what the real impact are of the diesel regards to greenhouse gas emissions, and also what the advantages are essentially of using hydrogen. It's a motivator for us as a startup. It's a motivator for us all to understand that. And this study basically shows greenhouse gases on the far left-hand side of diesel with well-to-wheel emissions, on 100 grams per ton mile. And if you look in the middle and in the far right-hand side, that's a fuel cell truck, fuel cell electric vehicle, using hydrogen sourced from, the middle one is sourced from natural gas, which means you get about a quarter reduction in greenhouse gases, which is good. But you get a real reduction, more than a 10 times factor of, you have zero local emissions and a 10 times factor lower greenhouse gas emissions. Then you can actually do that. And essentially it's like taking 10 vehicles off the road. Same thing with NOx emissions. So NOx is a smog-forming emission, which is pretty important to reduce. In fact, there are areas around, there are attainment areas also around LA and around the world where they're trying to reduce it. There's a way of reducing NOx. One of the biggest ways of doing that is by removing the diesel trucks and replacing them by fuel cell trucks. And if you use natural gas reformation, you'll 2/3 of the have a reduction of NOx. And if you use hydrogen from solar electrolysis, you're going to get a 10 times factor again of reduction, which is pretty significant. And I think this is a motivator for us all. So just to wrap up regarding accelerating the fuel cell and hydrogen commercialization, this is another request, I think, that we should work together between governments and companies to accelerate the transition towards zero-emission trucking, because we see a significant reduction in well-to-wheel emissions, and we think that's worth it, not just for a new business, but also for the environment. Just to reiterate what we've heard before, global standards for fuel cell vehicle safety and hydrogen are critical. There already are some for light duty, and heavy duty needs to be completed. We believe that there still needs to be some demonstration projects and assistance to accelerate that with vehicle and large fleet demonstrations and learnings. We think that there should be a coupling between low carbon renewable or low cost renewables and carbon trading for fueling zero emission vehicles. This is zero emission vehicles, be it battery or fuel cell. If you're making an environmental benefit, why not have a low cost associated to that? And I think, especially as solar and wind are coming down below the cost of coal and other sources of fuel, this is an opportunity to create a new business while saving the environment. And I'm reiterating again, we really hope that there's an effort to make the governments, or to help bring governments and industries working together. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak at HEMI. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiner. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Akiji Makino, Chairman and CEO of Iwatani Corporation.
すいません。皆様こんにちは。岩谷産業の牧野でございます。本日は貴重な機会をいただきまして誠にありがとうございます。本日は岩谷産業の水素ステーション整備におけます取り組み、こういうタイトルでもって当社の取り組みをご紹介をいたしたいと思います。こちらの方は当社の企業概要でございまして、当社は酸素、溶接棒、カーバイドの販売から事業を開始いたしました。現在は LP ガス、あるいはカセットコンロを中心といたしましたエネルギー事業と水素などの創業以来の産業ガス事業を基幹事業といたしております。またこれから派生をいたしました機械、溶剤、電子機器、マテリアル、食品など幅広い分野で事業を展開しておりまして、来年5月には創業90周年を迎えさせていただきます。当社の水素事業の概要でございます。当社は水素の可能性にいち早く着目をいたしまして、1941年より水素の販売を開始をいたしております。水素の原料調達から製造、輸送、利用まで一気通貫のサプライチェーンを構築して、日本の水素利用の拡大を主要方針といたしております。水素の供給におきましては、国内シェア約 70% のトップサプライヤーであります。また、日本で唯一の液化水素サプライヤーでもあります。 当社の水素ステーション整備事業の概要でございます。水素ステーション整備においては、2017年度時点で日本全体で100カ所のうち自社での建設、運営並びに他事業者への設備販売を含めまして、計40カ所の水素ステーションを手がけておりまして、全体の 40% に関与をいたしている状況であります。国が掲げております2020年度までに国内に160カ所の水素ステーションを整備するという目標の実現に向けまして、水素供給のリーディングカンパニーといたしまして、積極的に取り組みを進めてまいります。当社の水素ステーション整備の状況と今後の展望にご紹介を申し上げます。2018年度から2020年度の3年間で新たに30カ所の整備を計画をいたしております。東京、名古屋、大阪、福岡といった4大都市圏を中心にいたしまして、既存の水素ステーションとの位置関係や各地区を結ぶエリアなど戦略的な配置を考慮いたしまして整備を進めてまいります。現在国内の27カ所で水素ステーションを運営をいたしておりますが、2020年度には国内160カ所の整備目標のうち53カ所まで増やす計画であります。岩谷水素ステーション芝公園につきましては、東京タワーの真下に位置いたしておりまして、トヨタ自動車様の FCV のショールームを併設する水素ステーションであります。岩谷水素ステーション東京池上はコンビニエンスストアを併設いたしまして、市民の皆様への水素の訴求、親和性を目的に建設をいたしました。岩谷水素ステーション東京有明はFC バスをメインに受け入れる大型の水素ステーションであります。現在では東京都交通局様等が路線バスとして運行する FC バスに対しまして、1日に11台、今現在充填をしている状況です。当社の水素ステーションの設置状況であります。4大都市圏を中心に現在も11カ所の建設を進めております。お客様の利便性向上を第一に、水素ステーションを点から線へとつなげていくよう整備を進めてまいります。当社は日本水素ステーションネットワーク合同会社、通称 J ハイムに参画をしております。J ハイムはオールジャパンでの水素ステーション整備の推進役として、インフラ事業者や自動車メーカー、投資家が参画し、2018年2月に設立されました。設立から2021年度までの4年間で80カ所の水素ステーション整備を目指しております。続きまして、海外での取り組みをご紹介をいたします。FCV が急速に増加しているカリフォルニア州で水素ステーション事業およびサプライチェーンの構築に取り組むため、サンノゼに当社のカリフォルニア支店を設立をいたしました。カリフォルニア州につきましては、すでに7000台以上の FCV が普及をいたしております。当社は米国での水素供給ビジネスの足がかりといたしまして、メッサー社が運営する水素ステーションを4カ所買収いたしました。2019年3月より営業を開始をいたしております。今後の水素需要の増加に備えまして、カリフォルニア州において20カ所程度の水素ステーションの建設運営を検討しております。トラックやバスなどの大型車両にも対応できる大規模水素ステーションも整備もロサンゼルスあるいはサンフランシスコ港で進めたいというふうに考えております。将来は米国での再生可能エネルギーなどの CO2 フリーな液化水素の製造につきましても視野に入れまして取り組みを進めております。最後に水素ステーション事業の課題についてであります。課題といたしましては、一つは整備コストの低減、もう一つとしては運営コストの低減であります。 そしてその対策といたしましては、現在の高圧ガス保安法による規制の見直しが今後、水素ステーション事業の課題であります。現在、国の方でも水素インフラ関連の規制見直しを鋭意進めていただいており、当社につきましても、さまざまな意見を出させていただいておりますが、例えば水素ステーションのセルフ化、海外規格での水素ステーションの建設などの大幅な規制緩和も必要だというふうに考えております。それにより人件費等の運営費が削減されるとともに、過剰設備の是正や海外品調達による整備コストの削減が期待できます。当社は水素エネルギー社会の実現に向けまして積極的に貢献をしてまいります。引き続き皆様方の多大なご支援をよろしくお願いを申し上げたいと思います。ご清聴ありがとうございました。以上であります。
Thank you, Mr. Makino. Moving on, we have a presentation by Dr. Alexander Unterschutz, Senior Vice President, Linde Engineering.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor to speak to this audience about Linde's view on hydrogen mobility. We start with a few facts on Linde. Linde is the biggest industrial gas and engineering company, and as such, we have a lot of experience with hydrogen. And here on this slide, you can see a couple of more prominent recent examples. To start with Iwatani, with our cooperation, and Iwatani is our most important customer and partner for hydrogen liquefaction plants and also for hydrogen fuel station components. For example, the Ariake station, which is 8 kilometers from here, is made from these components. Furthermore, we are a major shareholder in the hydrogen mobility joint venture in Germany, where we have built 75 fuel stations as a public network, which is now accessible to the consumers. We are also involved in green hydrogen activities, like power-to-gas projects in the Energy Park Mainz in Germany as well, and on the lower right side here, on our recent investment in the Hydrospider joint venture, where we use hydropower to produce hydrogen, and which is then used into trucks. I think you're all aware of this roadmap, which is from the Hydrogen Council. I think the key message here is that we are very close to a mass market acceptance in the transportation sectors. I think there are very good reasons. Some of the drivers are listed here as well. I think very soon the advantages of hydrogen fuel cars over battery vehicles will be very clear. And we believe that this is a key driver that now the volumes will also be picking up. We need to look at the overall supply chain, of course. It starts with the hydrogen production, which could be from conventional ways like a steam reformer, but more and more also renewable production methods need to be looked at and installed. Then there is the distribution discussion. How do we distribute all the hydrogen? Is it in gaseous form or is it liquid? If it is liquid, then there's the need for liquefaction plants. And then obviously the technology at the hydrogen fuel stations. We have two different technologies. One is for gaseous hydrogen with an ionic compressor, and the other one is for liquid hydrogen with our cryopump. And we are active along this whole value chain with regards to the fueling stations. We have built more than 160 fuel stations so far, so there's great experience, more than 1.5 million successful fueling of cars. And we believe that we have a distinguishing technology with our liquid hydrogen technology, which is 90 megapascals, like 900 bars, for a very small footprint. And I'll show you our latest development in a few minutes. So now let's talk about the challenges. And I think one of the key challenges is that the hydrogen mobility attractiveness for the end customers need to become more clear. So for the end customers, it needs to be entirely logical why they should prefer a hydrogen vehicle over a conventional one or over a battery one. And I think here we need to catch up a bit. Yeah? So we need more attractive and cost-competitive vehicles. Obviously, it needs to be more convenient to have a hydrogen fuel car. And this means also we need to have more density of a network. The whole hydrogen fueling needs to be cost competitive and obviously safe. And for that, then there's a couple of challenges that I've now picked out on the hydrogen refueling stations. I mentioned the network build-up here. We need to have more partnerships. I think there were some very successful examples like the Japan Hydrogen Mobility Initiative, H2 Mobility in Germany, also public funding, because currently we are not talking about a good business case. And to get there, we also need to get total costs down in terms of CapEx and OpEx. And this means we need to scale up volumes. We need to modularize and standardize as well. And obviously, if we have a larger station with a good utilization, then this will also improve the overall case. The fuel stations need to be compact so that from current perspective, they can be added to conventional fuel stations. And then we also heard a lot of discussions today about regulations, codes, and standards where we need to have a global alignment so that it's not different in each country and also across vehicle types. I think in the commercial vehicles, there's still some alignment lacking. And then obviously, especially if the network isn't very dense, we need to get the availability up. Yeah, this means reliability, that there's no outages, and also that we can produce the fuel stations with a relatively short delivery time. We are trying to address these challenges at Linde, and then these are some examples. Yeah, so the total cost and the land use challenges. We have developed a cryopump fuel station which is very compact. It fits into a container, so to say, 10 meters length and 280 in width. We have produced a lot size of 12, which makes it more economical. And there's a fueling capacity of 480 kilograms in 12 hours. Which we believe is significant for the current use cases. We can store 800 kilos of liquid H2. And this is the way in which we are trying to move ahead. It is a simultaneous refueling station for cars and buses, which is also important. One of our learnings is that you need to get the utilization up, and therefore having a combination for cars and buses is advantageous. And we have also reduced the energy consumption by 70%. In summary, we believe that we have gained a lot of momentum since 2018 in particular. Nevertheless, there's still a long way to go, as I've said on the previous slide, with the challenges, but these can be addressed. Therefore, our conclusion is we all need to cooperate. And let's do that. And then I'm convinced that we will reach the 10-10-10 goal that we have heard about so often here. So let's do it, and let's jointly get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Unterschütz. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Hideki Sugawara, President, Japan H2 Mobility.
J ハイムの菅原と申します。本日このような場でプレゼンテーションをさせていただきますことを大変光栄に存じます。J ハイムは日本に水素ステーションネットワークを築くために昨年の2月に設立された会社でございます。はじめに J ハイムが設立されるに至った経緯につきまして少しご説明を申し上げます。2002年に日本で初めてトヨタから FCHV と呼んでおります車が4台日本に出て2台カリフォルニアに出て合計6台 この世に登場いたしまして、同じ年に岩谷さんが大阪に水素ステーションを初めて作られて、そこからステーションとそれから FCV の技術実証および社会実証が始まりました。でキーになりますのが2011年民間13社による共同声明、ここで自動車会社とインフラ会社は共同してステーションネットワークに取り組むということ。で自動車会社は2015年までに量販車を出すこと。でインフラ会社は2015年までに100カ所のステーションを作ること。こういった申し合わせができました。で下の表にございますように、未来が2014年に出ましてから、結局15年にできたステーションは74カ所で、その後少し勢いが鈍りまして、結果100カ所ステーションができたのは2018年というふうに、少しステーションのできるスピードが鈍りました。これが J ハイムができた背景でございます。こちらが J ハイムのメンバーでして、上の方にある3つの箱、これがインフラ事業者、自動車会社、それから金融投資家、この3つの異なるセクターが1つの方向を向いてステーションの整備をしていこうということで始めたところ、その下にちょっと小さくなりますけれど書いてます12社が早速加わっていただきました。でこの左側が金融投資家5社、それから右側が比較的地方に拠点を置く中小規模の事業者7社、これが地方に1つステーションを作るということで早速 J ハイムに加わっていただき、現在総勢23社という構成でございます。この12社がステーションができてJ ハイムができてすぐに加わっていただいたということで、我々今後の方向性について確信を持ったというところでございます。次に J ハイムのビジネススキームについてご説明をいたします。右の方にガバメント、それから自治体とありますけれども、従来からインフラ事業者に対しては公的な補助金がついて、これがステーションを建設および運営の支えとなっていたわけですけれども、J ハイムができまして、投資家、それから自動車会社のお金がそれぞれインフラ会社に流れるようになったということで、金融投資家の方からは CAPEX のサポート、それから自動車会社からは OPEX のサポートということで、インフラ事業者を金銭面から支えるということになってございます。でこちら J ハイムのミッションですけれども、上の方まず戦略的に整備を拡大するということ、数を作るということです。で具体的な目標といたしまして、2021年までに80カ所新たに新設するということ、それから右側ですけれども、経営の質を上げるということで、主に非競争領域における情報交換、こういったことを通じて効率的な経営に資する活動を行うということによりまして、下のサークルですけれども、より多くの整備を進めて FCV ユーザーの利便性を向上させ、で FCV の台数増加につなげて、それがステーション経営をより安定化させ、さらにより多くの整備が行われると、こういうサイクルを回す、これが J ハイムの役割です。申し遅れましたけれども、 J ハイムは10年間の次元の会社でございます。10年後にはこのステーションビジネスが自立化するという前提で、10年後には解散するという会社になります。ですのでこのサイクルを10年かけて回せるようにするということになります。こちらが J ハイムができた後の成果でございますけれども、まず上の方で言ってますのが整備地域が拡大したということです。濃い青色、これが6つの県なんですけれども、ここで J ハイムができてから6つの未整備県を潰したということです。ただまだ白いところが16残っておりまして、これは今後の課題ということになります。で2つ目は 担い手を増やしたということで、先ほども申しましたように、この赤い丸なんですけれども、比較的地方の中小の事業者、こういったところが地方に一つ作っていただくということが出てまいりました。こういった動きをしっかりサポートして、今後全国展開につなげていきたいと考えております。これがJハイムができて、ステーションの建設のモメンタムが復活したということなんですけれども、当面2020年160箇所というロードマップの数値がございます。これをなんとか達成する。でその後 Jハイムが第1期4年間で掲げました180期という目標を達成するということで、おおむね現在この通りに進んでいるというふうに評価をいたしております。最後のスライドになるんですけれども、Jハイムというのは今後もその4年間以降もステーションへの投資、これをロードマップの数に従ってなんとかこれを達成していくということなんですけれども、そのためにはこの赤い矢印で示しましたようにステーションビジネスの自立化、これがやはり不可欠でございます。でこの自立化のためにはピンクのところですけども FCV がどんどんもっと売れなければいけませんし、黄色のそのステーションコスト、これが運営費および整備費ともに劇的に下がらなければいけない。さらにこの薄いブルーの水素コストそのもの、これももっともっと下がっていかなければいけない。で主に我々インフラ事業者とやってます今コストリダクションのための活動なんですけれども、これにつきましても企業努力でできるやるべきこと、それから業界の協調によって達成すること、さらに規制当局への理解を求めていくこと、かなりいろんなやらなければいけないことがあります。これをすべてクリアした上でようやくロードマップの数値が少し見えてくるかなというぐらいの感触を持ってます。でこれをやることっていうのは非常に大きな、これ自体がイノベーションになると思ってまして、この主役はあくまでもインフラ事業者であり自動車メーカーであり、さらに言えば機器メーカー、部品メーカー、投資家様、こういった方々になります。で Jハイムの特徴というのは生のステーションデータが全部一堂に揃うということですので、こういった情報をもとにして先ほど名前を挙げた主役の皆様、こういったことがこういった方々が一つの方向を向くように土俵を整えていくというのが我々の今後の役割というふうに思っております。以上で話を終わります。どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you, Mr. Sugawara. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Randy McEwen, President and CEO of Ballard Power Systems.
Great, good afternoon. Over 100 years ago, mobility went through an extraordinary transformation, a once-in-a-lifetime transformation. With new technologies and new manufacturing processes, mobility, which is the transport of people and goods, went through the first great inflection point. And that was the transition from mobility powered by horses to mobility powered by vehicles with combustion engines. And that transition, that transformation brought with it a whole new paradigm, whole new value chain and ecosystem. So you had manufacturing facilities for vehicles, cars, buses, and trucks, for engines and components. You had streets and highways grow up. You had street lights and parking lots. We had traffic congestion and air quality issues. And this paradigm has largely endured for 100 years, until today. And today we're in the first second of a 24-hour day of mobility's second great inflection point. Not sure where the slides are. So the first second of a 24-hour day with mobility's second great inflection point. And what we see is driven by a number of converging megatrends, growing populations, growing urbanization, with energy security, air quality, and climate change, and at the same time, a convergence of 4 key technologies, the ACES technologies that you may be familiar with: autonomy, connectivity, electrification, and shared mobility. And in this context, what we see is going forward, mobility being safer, cleaner, more convenient, and cheaper. Now, in my opinion, this won't be a surprise to you, the most important of these megatrends and the most important of these technologies is really climate change, air quality, and electrification. Now, there's been a lot of debate about what's the right pathway for electrification. Battery electric, fuel cell electric. Electric is important because it's the only pathway that enables deep decarbonization of mobility. Now, our view at Ballard is that both technologies, battery electric and fuel cell electric, will play very important roles. And there'll be different use cases, different applications where they find high adoption. And for us, we see particularly heavy-duty motive applications, bus, truck, rail, and marine. Applications where you have heavy payload, long range, and a need for fast refueling. These are applications where we see very high adoption rates going forward for fuel cell technology. There are also applications where we have opportunity for centralized depot refueling or corridor refueling. So we're lowering the barrier, if you will, for hydrogen infrastructure. A third key reason, beyond the use case vehicle performance and beyond the ability for hydrogen refueling infrastructure in terms of depot refueling, the third important element here that we see enabling heavy-duty motive being a key market applications for adoption, and it's important to climate change, is that these are the applications that have a disproportionate contribution to greenhouse gas and other emissions. Just as an illustrative example, in California, 4% of all vehicles are commercial trucks, but they disproportionately contribute 20% of the GHG emissions in California for transport. Now, as we kind of look to the future and look at this context of looking at fuel cells as a pathway for heavy-duty motive, we're seeing a number of new players enter the market. And this is a very important sign that we're onto something here in looking at heavy-duty motive as key applications. So in the past 12 months, you've had 4 key corporate transactions. You've had Weichai, the largest manufacturer of diesel engines in the world, based in China, investing in Ballard, buying 19.9%, and more importantly, setting up a joint venture in China for the manufacture and effectively the adoption of fuel cells for commercial vehicles in China. You've had Cummins making an acquisition of Hydrogenics. You've had Nikola announcing CNH making a significant $250 million investment. And you have Bosch acquiring, through a license transaction, the S3 stack technology from PowerCell. Now, these 4 transactions, when you look at the aggregate amount of money invested going forward by each of these 4 corporates, this is unprecedented in the fuel cell industry in terms of strategics making hundreds of millions of dollars investments in heavy-duty motive applications. So this is critically important. The last thing I wanted to comment on, and this is really a call to action for policymakers, for industry. The way we view it is that there's an iceberg, and this iceberg has above the surface some of the items that we've been discussing, in some cases for a number of years, but in my mind still a little too superficially, and those items above the surface are really vehicle performance, things like range and the ability to enable long heavy payload, but also above the surface, we've been talking about really looking at how do we enable the adoption of hydrogen. below the surface, there are a number of issues that I think it's important for us to have deeper study on, deeper engagement. And those issues are particularly important as we compare the opportunity for fuel cell electric and battery electric. And those issues relate to items like supply chain risk. So where material is coming from. How do we look at the scaling up of infrastructure, whether it's hydrogen refueling or battery recharging? How do we look at labor disruption and transition, particularly in companies and industries where we have engine and powertrain and vehicles? So there are a number of different issues that we need to address. And the last one, the most important to me, again, is this wells to wheels analysis, cradle to grave, and in my opinion, for certain fuel cell opportunities, cradle to cradle. So looking at a comparative assessment of GHG emissions through the whole value chain. So these are the items I think we need to spend more time, more research, more study as we move forward and find homes for fuel cell technology to help decarbonize mobility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McEwen. This concludes the presentations from the panelists. Thank you very much. We now move on to a panel discussion. I would like to hand over to Dr. Sunita Satyapal, Director for Fuel Cell Technologies, Department of Energy, as the moderator of the session. Dr. Satyapal, please begin.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to say this is a very distinguished panel. You've heard from chairmen, CEOs, presidents, vice presidents, from some of the leading global companies. So please join me, first of all, in giving them all a big round of applause. So this is actually a very exciting time in the industry. I've been at the Department of Energy at DOE for many years now. And as you know, we've set DOE targets 20 years ago. It was great to hear that you're actually achieving some of those DOE targets. So congratulations to all of you. But what I'd like to do is start the discussion with one question. We've heard, of course, there's lots of advances. We were just discussing before this, and we think we came up with about 15,000 commercial fuel cell vehicles now in the market, sold or leased. We have hundreds of stations that are coming up. You heard in the morning, for instance, in the US, 26,000 forklifts, 20 million fuelings. In fact, every few seconds, some customer is fueling hydrogen in the US just for the forklift industry. So I think the main theme, this is a very unprecedented time in history. We're finally starting to see commercialization. So that's number one. I'd like to, of course, thank Japan for hosting this event. We have 30 countries, Hydrogen Energy Ministerial, and this morning, the Global Action Agenda was launched. So big news there. And so what I'd like to ask for each of you is, and we touched on this a little bit, but if you look at your top challenges, here we had over 800 people registered, I think maybe now close to 1,000 people here. We have industry, laboratories, universities, investors, really a big community. So if you could convey some of your top priorities, we've talked about challenges. We have fuel cell cost, maybe is not as much of an issue. We've heard in the past about carbon fiber tanks and storage. We didn't quite talk about storage. And infrastructure, of course, it's scaling up, but there's still a lot of issues to get to that vision. So I think the general theme is we think we can get there. But if you look at your near-term, really top challenges and top priorities, what would you request for, in terms of this kind of audience, whether it's, the infrastructure components, we hear about reliability, compressors, dispensers, limited supply chain, maybe any more specifics in terms of regulations. We've heard little bits and pieces, but again, if we could hear from each of you, what are your biggest needs, your biggest challenges and priorities that you would like to convey for this specific time period in time for the next few years. So I will start maybe with Chairman Uchiyamada-san from Toyota.
一つに絞るっていうのは非常に難しくて、今まだ我々は多くのチャレンジを抱えていると思うんですが、その中でもこれから水素社会を実現する、水素を普及していくための最大のチャレンジは何かと聞かれたら、私はコストだというふうに思います。これは水素そのもののコスト、それからそのインフラ整備にまつわるコスト、やっぱりもちろん我々自動車メーカーですから燃料電池車のコストっていうのもあるんですが、これは我々はやっていく自信があります。ですので今は水素そのもののコストとからインフラに関わるコスト、これが下がらなければインフラの整備も非常にしにくいという状態ではないかというふうに思います。
Thank you, and I should clarify. If you don't feel that you have to say just one, you can talk about your top 3 priorities or challenges. So, Seihu or Chairman.
それはですね、全部コストにつながっていくのかもしれませんが、もう一つは、非常にコストを高くしている原因の一つがですね、規制だと思います。特に欧米に比べまして日本は規制が非常に厳しくてですね、これはまだまだ法律が悪いって言ってるわけではなくて、法律が現在の水素社会のようなものが実現してくるということを想定してない法律で作られておりますので、先ほど岩谷の牧野会長からもご説明紹介がありましたが、現在日本のステーションでは高圧ガスの資格を持った人がステーションに常駐してないといけない、そういう例えばそういう規制もございます。これは欧米では全部水素ステーションはセルフスタンドになっておりますので、無人で運用しているということでございます。それからもう一つ言えということでございますと、車に近いところで言いますと、燃料電池車の販売台数を優先すべきか、水素スタンドを優先すべきかと、よくこれは鶏と卵っていう話がございまして、我々未来を市場に入れるときは鶏と卵ではなくて、花と蜜蜂、両方がいて初めて、蜂蜜はできるということを言っていたんですが、一旦こうやって車を売り出してみますと、ここから先の普及は明らかにステーションが先行しないと車は増えない。これはなぜかと申しますと、我々で言いますと第一世代の未来はかなり環境意識の高い方、あるいは新しいテクノロジーに関心の高い方、そういう企業といういわゆるオピニオンリーダーの方が購入していただいています。で、先ほど説明しましたように、我々セカンドジェネレーションは一気に10倍に増やそうとして、そうすると、そういう人だけではなくて、ごく普通のお客様がごく普通に購入してごく普通に使うという状態にならないと、その10倍もの車はなかなか売れていかないと思います。ということですので、やっぱり3番目は、車のところに近いところで言いますと、水素ステーションの数を増やすということと、せっかくできたステーションの稼働率をもっと上げると。今日本ではほとんどのステーションがウィークエンドはやってません。ガソリンスタンドはもちろんやってるんですが、水素ステーションはほとんど稼働してない、夜も稼働してない、こういうの、それはいろいろステーション側の事情もあるんですが、こういうのをみんなで力を合わせて数を増やすということと、せっかくできたステーションをなるべく稼働させる、こういうことが必要なんじゃないかと思います。
Great, thank you. So why don't we go to Sehun, see what are your top 3 priorities?
So I completely agree with Uchiyama first. In Korea, we operated hydrogen stations, only to 5 o'clock, and the taxi drivers were complaining that they cannot, work. I think these are going better and better as time goes by. But I want to a little bit talk about regulations, because, what is blocking the business is the regulation. For example, we cannot run our fuel cell cars in even east side of USA. Yeah, even in one country there is different regulation. In California we can do, but yeah, and even because the cars cannot go over the bridge or go through the tunnel in east part of USA. But in Europe, you can even park in the underground parking houses. Yeah, so it's different. So that is one in the business side. And components is different. Japan has some special material in the hydrogen related components. So if we want to come to Japan, we have to develop it new. It makes, we don't even, produce a lot of amount, but even from area to area, we have to develop new components. In China, you cannot use Type 4 tank, and only 350, I think 370 is open now, probably, but, we have to develop new Type 3 tank if we want to sell in China. So we need, and also in hydrogen station side also. So this makes, even in the initial phase, too difficult for the companies to do the business. And now, here is many, countries participating. But if these countries have all different regulations, it will be disastrous. So we have to unify on the regulation. And I think, this hydrogen ministerial meeting can be, with the maybe only chance we can unify it and solve this problem. I think when we, the hydrogen station numbers of hydrogen is also a problem, but if you go into the business, then this regulation is more problem at the moment. Yeah, we don't have large market now, but even in the large market, it is all different, and it is very difficult. So please, the governments and the national organizations, please think about this code and standards and regulation quickly enough that all the companies who is involved in hydrogen society can do good business together.
Yes, thank you, Sehun. And I should mention also, especially for the 30 countries, those not working with some of the existing partnerships, we have activities, the regulations, codes, and standards working groups. We had a workshop in the UK looking at the tunnel issue, and so there's a lot of activity already ongoing, and that's part of the goal to consolidate, work together on some of those issues. So I know we're running out of time, but I think it would be good to hear from one more on the heavy truck perspective, and then we'll go to the infrastructure side as well, the top priorities.
Okay, thank you, Sunita. I do want to echo what we just heard from the two automakers. We have a lot of challenges to bring this new technology to market regarding fuel cell trucks. One of the biggest challenges and opportunities, I should say, in the United States, about 40 of the states have opportunities to get really this low cost electricity. But as soon as you go to California or the Northeast, it's very similar to countries in Asia and Europe. Electricity is very expensive. So somehow, and I've said it before, I'm just repeating, somehow getting that low, carbon trading of somehow getting the renewable power to at cost would be able to would enable us to get this diesel parity. And I think it's really critical. If you have that, you've enabled a market. So I just want to say it again. Now, I just want to focus on, certainly there are a lot of challenges regarding, getting fuel cells down in cost, but I think that comes with volume and commonization of parts. I would say that regulations, certainly that was covered very well, but I'd also like to mention there's another dimension to it. If you have electrolysis on site, we're talking about 20 megawatts of power. Just permitting that on a station is challenging. It can take a year and a half just to permit or more. And I think that if we want to, even if you make liquid hydrogen, if you want renewables, you have to have electrolysis. It's part of the chain. So having a way to make it also quicker to have sort of a unit amount to be able to get this electricity faster to market, I think that's also critical. It's one of the missing pieces as well. I do want to say that there is a lot of great work at the global technical regulation, things like that, for fuel cell vehicle safety, and a lot of that's already happening on the truck side. But there is, I should say, some limits in some places to how much hydrogen you can actually store, and that's something that also needs to be addressed. In the United States, there's about 4 tons. And we heard this morning that there's 20,000 forklifts happening, and that's 8 tons a day. That's one of our stations. And 4 tons a day is the limit right now for OSHA, and that's something that at least in the United States and maybe other places need to make sure they understand. As long as we take into account all the ISO regulations and regarding safety on the station, we should be able to have realistic safety distances and also able to have, if you want to enable hydrogen trucks, it's not just the cost, it's also making sure that you have 8 or even 20 or 32 tons available in one location. And we have it already in some places for reformation of gasoline. We should be able to do it for hydrogen stations as well.
Great, thank you, Jesse. So now let's go to the infrastructure side and see if you'd like to talk about your top priorities, top challenges. Makino-san?
牧野でございます。私どもはインフラと燃料の水素を供給している側なんですが、ほとんどは内山田会長がおっしゃいました。私から申し上げますと、コストを安くするためにですね、やっぱり規制緩和、日本においては規制緩和は絶対の必要条件だというふうに思っています。この規制緩和がなくなればですね、例えば水素ステーションを作る場合のガスの材料とかですね、そういうものをドイツ並みのような規制にしていただければかなり材料が安くなる。そしてもう一つはそれがステーションを高くして、大体今土地別にしてトラック、バス、自動車一緒に充填できるようなステーションであれば5億ぐらいかかるというようなのが今の日本の状況です。そしてそのうち2億円余りは公的な支援がございますので、実際は3億円ぐらいがいるというような状況です。これを2億円以下ガソリンスタンドと同じようなものにしようと思いますと、規制緩和をしてもらうというような状況です。もしかしたら我々は規制緩和をしていただいて、ガソリンスタンドと併設できるような形になれば誠にコストは安くなるんではないか、こういうふうに思っております。よって逆に言いますと、ガソリンスタンドが空き地ができておりますので、もともとあったガソリンスタンドに規制緩和をしていただいて、そこにステーションが作れるというふうな形にしていただけますと、非常にコストが安くなる。今都内でですね、トラック、バス、自動車、これをですね、ステーション作ろうと思いますと、約900平米ぐらいの土地が必要というふうになります。この900平米ぐらいのものがなかなかですね、空いてるところがないというのが状況。ガソリンスタンドと同じような、形で保安距離をしてもらうと、簡単にできるというような状況です。そしてもう一つは、コストの中でも我々としては自動車を走ってもらうためには水素をですね、いかに安く作るか、これが一番内容です。今の状況としては政策価格でもって1キログラムをですね、1100円というふうにしております。ガソリンでもって1キロメーター走る燃料代と、例えば水素燃料電池が1キロ走る燃料代と同じくするために、1キロ1100円というふうにしておりますけれども、これ政策係にしておりますので、現実の話はこの水素をガソリン以下の形にしないと、なかなかお使いいただけないだろう。この 内容で我々は今コストを、ガソリンの水素の価格をコストを下げるということ、それから規制緩和をしていただいて、ステーションを安くできるようにするというようなことをですね、今現在一番考えているという内容であります。
Great. Thank you very much, Chairman. And now we go to Dr. Interschutz.
Yes, okay. I'll keep it reasonably short because a lot has already been said. Is it okay? Mic's not on? Huh? It's not? No, it's on. Okay, sorry. I'll keep it short because a lot has been said already by the previous speakers. I think it is about the attractiveness of the business case, even in an early stage. And then it needs to be subsidized. But if you look at the case of Germany, we have a car fleet of 45 million vehicles, and we have only 600 fuel cell vehicles. And for that, even the 75 fuel stations, which is not such a dense network, are completely underutilized. And what we are now trying from our side is to standardize the equipment, to do modularization. For that, we also need to have these unified regulations so that we can then lower at least the equipment cost as far as possible. And then I think it needs to scale up. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to be at pari to conventional vehicles.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Sugawara-san?
はい、課題につきましては先ほどプレゼンテーションの中でも触れましたステーションの自律化、そのための FCV の台数増、ステーションのコストダウン、あと水素価格のコストダウン、これを申し述べたわけですけれども、私が今一つだけもし重要だということを言うとなれば相互の信頼関係、つまりJハイムはインフラと自動車会社が同じ船に乗っかってでこれステーションのビジネスがなかなか軌道に乗らないと相互不信が出てくるんですね。ですのでそういったことで変な不協和音が起こらないようこれが大事だというふうに思ってます。以上です。
Great, thank you. So I guess we'll end with Randy.
Hello. Yeah, so I think the references to cost reduction is critical. So if we were to say the top three priorities in the industry, in my mind, are cost reduction, cost reduction, and cost reduction. Now, what can policymakers do to help achieve that? In my mind, there are two things. One is to help the industry scale, because we can get a lot of cost reduction through new design improvements and improvement on the supply chain side and manufacturing processes, but we need scale. So we need policymakers to really look at the different levers that can enable scaling. And there's lots of precedent, what happened in wind and solar and even battery electric in China as ways to look at how to scale the industry. And then the second thing in my mind, and it's very rarely discussed, and it's how do we really get a full cost of carbon into the economic model? And the externalities of carbon have never really been embedded in any financial model, and I understand why that's the case. Going forward, we should look for policymakers to start to have a much stronger hand on how that can play out.
Thank you, Randy.
Randy, I just heard that in Europe, the CO2 cost is going to be installed. It's about $35 per ton CO2 today, but it will increase. But I think it is very meaningful that we started in Europe. Yeah.
Great. And so I think, again, to sum this up, this is the first of several sessions, industry sessions, for the afternoon part of the Hydrogen Energy Ministerial. And again, I think the key takeaway is the technology's there. It's starting to scale. And then we heard many examples of specific regulations, codes and standards, policies, incentives that can help to get to scale. And then again, the main theme is international collaboration to help accelerate progress. So once again, thank you for all of your leadership, the sustained dedication. Please thank me please join me in thanking all of the industry experts here today. And we'll take a break. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause to Dr. Satapal and all the panelists. Thank you very much. Now we take a break until 3:05. Please help yourself to drinks provided outside the hall. We will also like to draw your attention to the exhibition area. During the break, please take any personal valuables and simultaneous interpretation receiver with you. The session will resume at 3:05. Please kindly return to your seats by then. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. The next session is a supply chain workshop panel discussion on the theme of upstream and global supply chain for global hydrogen utilization. The moderator of the session is Mr. Masakazu Toyoda, Chairman and CEO, the Institute of Energy Economics, Japan. Now I would like to introduce the panelists from left to right on the stage. Ms. Yasuko Yoshida, Country Chair, President, Shell Japan Limited. Mr. Yoshinori Kanehana, Representative Director, President and Chief Executive Officer, Kawasaki Heavy Industries Limited. Mr. Masayoshi Kitamura, Chairman of Electric Power Development. Mr. Steiner Akas, Vice President for Low Carbon Solutions, Equinor ASA. Mr. Satoshi Onoda, President, JERA Company Incorporated. Mr. Katsuya Nakanishi, Executive Vice President, Group CEO, Power Solution Group, Mitsubishi Corporation. And Dr. Peter Hennig, former President of Wuppertal Institute and co-chair of German-Japanese Energy Transition Council.
はい、ご紹介ありがとうございます。私の方から一言だけ趣旨、このセッションの趣旨を簡単に申し上げます。今までのセッションでですね、水素社会に向けた課題が明確になってきたわけですけれども、最も重要なのがコストということですね。そしてその中で重要な役割を果たすのがこのサプライチェーンということでございます。今お分かりのように私日本語でお話をしておりますが、このセッションは大半が日本の方なもんですから、日本語で話させていただきます。恐縮ですけれども、そこはお許しいただきたいと思います。でこのサプライチェーンにおいてですね、重要なのが生産と輸送であって、生産においても、いろんな生産の仕方ありますけど、とりあえず化石ベースで CCS という技術を使うものと、それから再生エネルギーで電気分解を使うこの2つの方法があるわけでございます。一方トランスポーテーションの方はアンモニアをベースに既存のサプライチェーンを使うやり方、あるいは溶媒を利用する、これも既存のサプライチェーンが使えると思います。液化、これはなかなか既存では足らないかもしれません。そしてパイプラインですね、これも既存のものが使えると思います。この4種類があると。今日、お集まりいただいたパネリストの方々はそれぞれ生産面においても、あるいはトランスポーテーション面においてもさまざまな異なった対応をされておられるので、ある意味では、全体像を聞いていただくことに関して非常に意義のあるお話であろうかというふうに思います。 コストダウンという観点から、どんなところに力を入れていくのか、どういう課題に直面しているのか、このあたりを皆さんと一緒に議論をしてまいりたいと思います。それじゃあ司会者の方にお戻しします。よろしくお願いします。
Now we will have a 7-minute presentation from each panelist and then move on to a panel discussion. To start, we would like to ask Ms. Yasuko Yoshida from Shell Japan Limited to take a lead.
Thank you for introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad to have this opportunity today to talk about hydrogen. Let me start with global agenda. The world needs to take an urgent action to tackle climate change. The Paris Agreement set the goal of keeping the rise of average global temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius compared to pre-induction levels. But global population will have risen by a third by 2050, and society will demand more energy. Even with energy efficiency, the world will be using 30% more energy by 2050. Today's energy system is largely tied to fuel that release greenhouse gases into atmosphere when used. In order to achieve the goal of the Paris Agreement, the system must change, and we shall want to play our part. Our ambition is to reduce the net carbon footprint of the production we'll sell by around 50% by 2050. This is consistent with the Paris goal. Both energy demand and energy supply must evolve together. This is because no business can survive unless it sells things that people need and buy. That is why we must remain in step with society as it moves towards the goal of the Paris Agreement. In this chart, you can see yellow line is the potential society trajectory here in IEA. Energy Technology Perspective 2017 2-degree scenario. You can see a dark blue dot is the Shell's reported net carbon footprint. So you can see that we will start higher than the average. Therefore, we will have to move faster than society to make the same pace of the progress. The energy product mix we sell today comes with the higher intensity of greenhouse gases than the average of today's global energy system. We will seek to reduce our net carbon footprint mainly by increasing the proportion of lower carbon products in the mix we sell to our customers. This will require us to act in a number of ways. As you can see in this chart, a continued focus on improving our efficiency of our operation. Further examples are low-carbon biofuels, hydrogen, and planting forest, and so on. Shell has been involved in hydrogen production as well as in research, development, and application for decades with dedicated business unit called Shell Hydrogen. In 2016, the new energy business unit was founded, which has two pillars, new fuels and power. Hydrogen is one of the energy solutions in new fuels. Hydrogen has significant potential to enable the transition to a clean and low-carbon energy system because it is clean and versatile energy carrier that can be used as a fuel for transportation, power plants, and as a feedstock for industry. Shell is interested in all forms of hydrogen production but coal. However, our development focus is hydrogen produced from renewable sources, such as using biogas or through electrolysis using electricity generated by renewable sources. In Japan, we are currently participating CO2-free hydrogen energy supply chain technology research association called HYSTRA, working together with other member companies to demonstrate technology for long-range mass transportation and cargo handling of liquid hydrogen, where we are contributing especially to safety and technical aspect of cargo system and ship operation, leveraging our experience and knowledge in LNG. We continue to be interested in other transport options. Also, we watch the space hydrogen to power application in Japan. In Germany, we are part of a joint venture called H2 Mobility to develop a nationwide network of hydrogen refueling stations. We are also developing hydrogen stations in the UK, in the Netherlands, California in the United States, and in Canada. Collaboration between vehicle manufacturers, energy companies, and the government is vital for progressing the infrastructure to make any emerging fuel a viable alternative. Hydrogen is no exception. My final slide, many challenges ahead to create a commercial scale renewable hydrogen supply chain. We need billion-dollar investment for market development and de-risking of technology for a scale-up, which requires support from the government, from partners, and customers. It will take 10 plus more years to demonstrate integrated renewable hydrogen from production, storage, and transportation, and delivery to customers. We need to prove feasibility and affordability. We are stepping into a new territory from 0.0 ton per day production, 3 to 5 ton per day production, to hundreds ton per day production. This is a challenging but exciting journey. We believe they are manageable if society at large maintain the current momentum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Yoshida. Moving on, we have a presentation by Mr. Yoshinori Kanehana, President and Chief Executive Officer, Kawasaki Heavy Industries.
ご紹介いただきありがとうございます。まずはこのようなプレゼンテーションの機会をいただきましたこと、主催者であります経済産業省殿に御礼申し上げます。本日は弊社の水素に関する取り組みをご紹介申し上げます。川崎重工は今後新たな脱炭素社会を構築していきたいと考えております。川崎といえばモーターサイクルとご認識いただいている方が多いと思いますが、弊社は船舶や航空機、鉄道車両といった輸送用セクターから分散型発電システムのようなエネルギー関連に至るまで多種多様な製品技術を保有しております。このような既存技術を活用し、水素の製造から輸送、貯蔵、利用に至る水素サプライチェーンの構築に必要な製品の開発に取り組んでおります。こちらの図は想定される CO2 フリー水素サプライチェーンを示したものです。水素はさまざまな資源から製造することが可能です。日本のエネルギーセキュリティの向上に、水素はさまざまな資源から製造することが可能で、日本のエネルギーセキュリティの向上に貢献いたします。 我々は現在、水素サプライチェーンの実現に向け、多くの関係者と協議しております。実現可能なコストとエネルギーセキュリティを考慮し、資源が豊富で、かつ安全な海上輸送が可能である豪州での水素製造に注力しております。こちらは弊社の国際水素サプライチェーンのコンセプトを示した図です。我々は海外で安価な資源から水素を製造し、液化水素にして日本に輸送することを計画しています。我々は液化水素を水素キャリアとして選択しています。液化水素は毒性がなくクリーンです。また、高純度で蒸発させるだけで燃料電池に供給が可能であり、日本国内で利用時にエネルギーを消費いたしません。液化水素はサステナブルな水素キャリアであります。この液化水素サプライチェーンは LNG のサプライチェーンと非常によく似ております。違いは水素が二次エネルギーであり、さまざまな資源から製造可能であることです。弊社、まずは最初のステップとして CCS を組み合わせた化石燃料からの水素製造にフォーカスしております。安価な化石燃料プラス CCS による水素製造からスタートしますが、将来的には再生可能エネルギーが安価に入手可能になった段階で、再エネ由来の水素もこのサプライチェーンを利用可能です。日本に輸送された水素は、原材料として FCV の燃料として、分散型電源や大型の発電用燃料などさまざまな用途で利用されます。このような大規模水素サプライチェーンは、水素社会と持続可能な未来の実現を加速させるものと考えます。弊社は水素サプライチェーンの商用化を実現するため、パートナー企業の皆様とともにパイロット実証プロジェクトに取り組んでいます。パイロット実証プロジェクトは、ハイストラと HEA という2つの組織により推進されています。青色で囲った部分は、ハイストラが進めているパートで、技術的なハードルが高い褐炭からの水素製造、液化水素船による海上輸送、日本の輸入基地を所掌しております。ハイストラには、当社のほか、J パワー様、岩谷産業様、シェルジャパン様、丸紅様、JXTG エナジー様が加入されています。一方、HEA は赤色で囲ったパートを進めており、水素の生成陸上輸送、液化輸出基地を所掌しています。豪州で水素の社会需要性を高めるために重要なパートになります。豪州のコンソーシアムには、弊社のほか J パワー様、岩谷産業様、丸紅様、そして豪州のエネルギー会社である AGL が参加しています。プロジェクトは順調に進んでおります。こちらは世界初の液化水素運搬船のイメージ図であり、現在、弊社の工場で建造が進められています。こちらの写真は、液化水素貨物タンクの現在の様子です。液化水素の蒸発を防ぐため、この貨物タンクは真空二重断熱を採用しています。すでにタンクの建設は完了し、現在は真空断熱システムの真空引きを行っているところです。タンク容量は1250リューベイで75トンの液化水素を一度に輸送することができます。液化水素輸入基地も神戸で建設が進んでいます。こちらの設備も世界で初めて液化水素の2液を行う基地となります。こちらの写真は、液化水素陸上タンクの現在の様子です。こちらのタンクにも真空断熱システムが採用されています。タンクの建設はほぼ完了しており、次のステップとして真空引きを予定しております。 こちらの陸上タンクの容量は2500リュウベイで150トンの液化水素を貯蔵することが可能です。ご覧いただいたように、パイロット実証プロジェクトは順調に進んでいます。現在は実証プロジェクトを進めておると同時に、関連機器の大型化にも取り組んでいます。次のスライドお願いします。LNG 関連機器では大型化に長い時間がかかりました。しかし、弊社が持つ LNG 液化水素関連機器建設のノウハウを活用し、実績とともに進化したシミュレーション技術を活用することにより、液化水素関連技術の大型化を加速することが可能と考えます。我々は今年度から大型化開発に着手しており、4万リュウベイの貨物タンクと5万リュウベイの陸上タンクを計画しております。次のスライドお願いします。技術開発により大規模水素サプライチェーン構築における技術的な課題はもうクリアできていると考えております。次のスライドお願いします。こちらのスライドでは商用化に向けた課題をお示ししております。商用化には技術、政策、規制、ファイナンスという3つの大きな課題があると我々は考えています。重要なのは水素のインフラに関するルールや規則を世界的に標準化することです。各国で異なるルールや規制が適用されると、市場が限定され、新技術の開発への投資が抑制され、水素エネルギー、水素関連技術の効果的な実装の妨げになります。大規模水素サプライチェーンの構築には多額の投資も必要で、このように投資を集めるのが重要で、どのように投資を集めるのが重要です。このような課題をクリアするためには、政府や投資家、産業界で協議することが重要ですが、本日、この場に多くの水素関連企業が集まっており、今お示しした課題、その解決策について協議できることを嬉しく思います。ご清聴いただきありがとうございました。
Thank you, Mr. Kanehano. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Masayoshi Kitamura, Chairman of Electric Power Development.
Thank you for the introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Masayoshi Kitamura, Chairman of J-Power. Today, I'd like to make a short presentation to introduce our company's effort regarding hydrogen production by coal gasification. We often see various forms of energy outlook to think about energy future. Outlook is not a crystal ball, but it gives us a lot of implications. This global primary energy demand outlook by energy source shows the fossil fuels are expected to remain dominant even in 2040, accounting for about 3/4 of total primary energy. It means that using fossil resources with near zero CO2 emission would be important to achieve stable energy supply and decarbonization simultaneously. When we look at the outlook of global energy-related CO2 emissions, we learn that power generation accounts for 40% of total emissions, and its share of coals significant. No, okay. It indicates that emission from coal-fired power generation should be addressed as a higher priority for a deep emission cut in power sector. And we need to note that there is 60% of CO2 emissions from non-power sector. Global final consumption in 2016 showed the fact that nearly 70% of final energy consumption in the world was from fossil fuel. As you might be surprised, I've been working for electricity industry for nearly half a century. It is quite regrettable that share of electricity in total energy supply was still below 20%. Fossil fuels have been dominant in final energy consumption globally, and mitigation of CO2 emissions from those by substitution to near-zero emission energy source is essential for global deep emission cut. Under these circumstances, IEA publicized the view that hydrogen will become a solution to achieve a clean, secure, and affordable energy future. I'd like to present my deep consent with this view, and I'd like to show our proactive approach next. There are various methods for producing hydrogen. Water electrolysis using renewable energy is one way. And the other is coal gasification. We are currently focusing our efforts in hydrogen production from coal gasification. Our technology has following advantages. The first, the type of gasifier that we're developing has high gasification efficiency. The second, it can even gasify coal with wider range of characteristics than those used in existing coal-fired power plants. Hydrogen can be produced by adding steam to syngas to cause shift reaction. When combined with CO2 capture technologies, CO2-free hydrogen can be produced, and captured CO2 can be stored and or recycled. Taking advantage of this gasification technology, J-Power participated in hydrogen energy supply chain project, namely HESC project, currently being carried out in Australia. And we are in charge of the research and development of the part of hydrogen production from brown coal in the state of Victoria. Construction works is underway in the Lateral Valley, and test operation is scheduled to begin next year. This is the conceptual drawing of all the coal gasification and purification facilities. The tallest building on the right side is the coal pretreatment facility, such as drying and pulverizing brown coal. The relatively low one is the gasification facility. Some things like boxes scattered are gas refining facilities where pure hydrogen is produced. J-Power has been in close relationship with Australia since 1980s through coal procurement and mine investment. For a country like Australia that is rich in natural resources, approach to hydrogen production is not single way. Each of the states has different geographical conditions. The western region would be suitable for hydrogen production from renewable energy using vast land. or from steam reforming with natural gas resources. Meanwhile, in Victoria State, hydrogen production from brown coal is suitable because of the richness of coal resources and the presence of CCS storage sites near the coal mines. Some people point out that even if CCS is implemented, it is still a problem to generate a considerable amount of CO2 from the energy and related gas consumed in the coal drilling stage. In this sense, abundant reserve of brown coal in Victoria seems advantageous because of its better reserve condition, especially in its low strip ratio. J-Power has been making several efforts in utilizing coal for brown coal for more than 3 decades. We believe that using abundant cost-competitive natural resources with due consideration to prevent CO2 emission would serve to solve stable and cost-competitive energy supply in an environmental benign manner. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kitamura. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Steiner Akes, Vice President for Low Carbon Solutions, Equinor.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Steiner Akes. I'm heading up Low Carbon Solutions in Equinor, and I will share with you some of the hydrogen initiatives that we are working on. And Equinor believes that hydrogen has a huge potential for deep decarbonization of our energy systems, and we believe hydrogen from natural gas offers the largest scale and the lowest cost. But for this pathway to be sustainable, we need CCS. So in my presentation, I will cover Northern Lights, which is a CCS project for industry in Norway. I will then move on to hydrogen for heat in the UK, hydrogen for power in the Netherlands, and our latest efforts in the UK with a hydrogen demonstrator in the Humber region. So the Northern Lights project is a concept where we intend to capture CO2 from 2 industrial sites. It's cement production and it's waste management. That's on the east part of Norway, and then we will liquefy the CO2, transport it on ship to a location on the west coast where it will be temporarily stored and then permanently stored 3,000 meters below the seabed. This is a very innovative project. It's the first time in the world where CO2 is captured in one location and transported and stored in a different location. And basically, this opens up a CCS value chain, which enables us to pick up CO2 in any harbor in Europe, and that enables companies which has a desire to capture the CO2 to have a solution to get rid of it. And it's also a backbone of the hydrogen value chain, where blue hydrogen can be produced and CO2 can be permanently stored. So where are we? We are currently in the final phase of FEED. We hope to take an investment decision next year, and then we will become operational in 2023. We are also in dialogue with 15 companies for additional potential to utilize this storage potential. We design it for 5 million tons per year. The initial projects are only 1 million ton, so it's a lot of spare capacity that we intend to utilize. And we just recently signed a memorandum of understanding with 7 companies, which shows strong commitment to use this storage. I then move on to a project called H21, north of England. This is about the heat sector in the UK. 90% of the UK household, they use natural gas to heat their homes and to cook their food. And in order to reduce the carbon footprint of this sector, if they go electric, it means a huge reinforcement of the electrical grid, because as of today, there is 4 times as much energy that flows in the gas grid compared to the electricity grid. So as an alternative, we are working on a study to see if we can repurpose the national gas grid to go from gas today and switch over to 100% hydrogen in the early 2030s. This concept will require large-scale upstream clean production of hydrogen. This is a concept for 1/7 of the UK, 3.8 million meter points, and we're talking about 12 gigawatt of hydrogen production using autothermal reforming. We also have 8 terawatt hours of hydrogen storage to manage the seasonal swings, and then we have a dedicated CCS solution which will store 17 million tons of CO2 each year. And at this large scale, the cost of transporting and storing the CO2 is less than €10 per ton. So how attractive is this for the UK residential users? Today, they can choose between gas and electricity, and as I said, 90% choose gas because it's the cheapest option. But in the long term, 2035 and towards 2050, the CO2 footprint of natural gas is not compatible with reaching the climate target goals. So as an alternative, the hydrogen solution, as you can see, has a very favorable CO2 footprint, and even though it costs 50% more than natural gas, it's still less than half the price of electricity. So it's a very attractive proposal also from a commercial perspective. So where are we today? We have delivered a feasibility report showing how this can be done, what it will cost, and the schedule. What we're doing also now in parallel is what we call the safety evidence. There's a lot of work going on to make sure that this concept using 100% hydrogen is just as safe as the current solution using natural gas. If that work does not conclude positively, I'm afraid it's very hard to introduce this concept because we believe we cannot lower the safety standards that we have today. There's also a lot going on in terms of policy development. We believe that if the policy development can be concluded by 2023, we will be able to take a final investment decision, and then this system can become operational in 2028. I then move to the Netherlands, where we have a project together with Vattenfall and Gasunie. And this is in the power sector. And what we have in the Netherlands is an existing gas-fired power plant, which we look to see if we can repurpose to burn hydrogen instead of natural gas. And what we're looking at is to reform natural gas to hydrogen, capture the CO2, send the CO2 on ship back to Norway and for permanent storage on the ships that I showed you previously. And here we also have a hydrogen storage concept. And the reason for that is that we want the hydrogen reformer to run baseload 24/7, but we don't want the power plant to run baseload. We believe that when the wind blows and when the sun shines, electricity should come from renewable sources. So this concept is designed to deliver power on demand, to deliver power when the sun doesn't shine and when the wind doesn't blow. So it's very complementary to renewable electricity solutions, and it's just as clean. Finally, I would like to mention our latest project, and that is located in the Humber area, where we have joined forces with Drax and National Grid. And Humber is the kind of biggest industrial cluster and the biggest CO2 emitter location in UK. And what we will do in the Humber is to design a hydrogen demonstrator to demonstrate that we can capture 95% or maybe even more of the CO2, and that we can run this with 80% efficiency. And we will work together with the local industry for consumption of the hydrogen production. And we will also look to see if we can convert the clean hydrogen into clean ammonia for export. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Akers. Moving on, we have a presentation by Mr. Satoshi Onoda, President of JERA.
ただいまご紹介いただきました小野田でございます。はじめに、私どもジェラという会社を簡単にご紹介いたします。ジェラは2015年に東京電力と中部電力の合弁会社として設立され、燃料事業、海外発電事業などを段階的に統合してきて、今年の4月に国内発電事業を統合し、日本最大の発電会社となりました。この会社の最大の特徴は、燃料の上流事業から液化、輸送、受け入れ、発電を行い、その電気やガスを販売するところまでの一連のバリューチェーンが確立されたことであります。ジェラはこの特徴を生かして事業展開することを考えておりまして、世界のエネルギー問題に最先端のソリューションを提供するというミッションを掲げております。このスライドは国立研究開発法人科学技術振興機構の資料から引用したものでございます。ジェラは中長期的に低炭素社会に向かって必要があると考えておりまして、先ほど申し上げたミッションとともに、クリーンエネルギー経済へと導く LNG と再生可能エネルギーにおけるグローバルリーダーを目指すことをビジョンとして掲げております。その上でさらに将来にわたって安定的に安価でクリーンな電気エネルギーを供給し続けるためには、再生可能エネルギーに加えて水素が重要な役割を果たすものと考えております。この図に示されているように、水素は製造、輸送、貯蔵、利用の各段階においてさまざまな形態が考えられます。例えば製造方法は石炭や天然ガスの排出、あるいは再生可能エネルギーによる水の電気分解などがありますし、輸送はパイプラインによる直接送ガスだけでなく、液化水素やアンモニアなどに転換して運ぶことができます。また利用先も自動車、燃料電池、発電設備などさまざまでございます。この水素を活用した事業モデルを実現するためには、製造から利用までの一連のサプライチェーンを構築する必要があります。日本政府が2017年12月に公表した水素基本戦略では、日本国内におきまして最初に高まる水素の需要は運輸、すなわち車用であると謳っております。これに先駆けまして、ジェラは JXTG エネルギー株式会社様と共同で、ここの図にありますような水素ステーションをジェラの大井火力発電所の敷地に建設し、来年の運用開始を予定しております。この図はネドの水素エネルギー白書から引用したものでございますが、水素発電が実用化された場合の水素の需要量とそれに伴う供給能力を示した図でございます。下側の灰色の部分は主に鉄鋼業、石油、化学等の産業分野で生産者が自家消費しているものでございます。この2015年と2030年のグラフを見比べていただくと、需要の差、すなわち、黄色、ここでは赤く見えるんですけど、黄色の部分ですね、水素発電による需要増を試算したものでございます。右側の濃い緑色の部分が国内の供給能力、そしてその上側に乗っかってます薄い緑色が供給力の不足部分を補う必要のある輸入量を示しております。この図は一般社団法人グリーンアンモニアコンソーシアムの資料から引用したものですが、CCS によりまして化石燃料を排出する過程で CO2 を分離したアンモニア、あるいは再生可能エネルギーの電気による排出アンモニアを常温のまま船で運び、発電機や燃料電池などで利用いたします。今申し上げた一般社団法人クリーンアンモニアコンソーシアムは2019年4月に蘇生されまして、ジェラも加入しておりますけれども、産官学が一緒になって季節の火力発電所における アンモニアの混焼を含む CO2 フリーのアンモニアのバリューチェーンを確立し、商用化するように貢献してまいります。この図は内閣府と日本エネルギー経済研究所の資料をもとに作成したものです。日本の石炭火力発電所がアンモニアを 20% 混焼した場合の消費量、そして供給量をグラフに示したものでございます。アンモニアというのは、ご存知のとおり、他のキャリアよりも既存の火力発電所での混焼が容易です。生産方法や国際市場がすでに形成しておりますので、調達にかかるインフラ、機材も既存技術で対応できます。水素発電よりもハードルが低いんじゃないかというふうに考えております。しかし、発電用の需要を国内生産だけで賄うことは難しく、この真ん中の2030年の棒グラフを見ていただくと、最大350万トンの輸入が必要であると試算されております。最後、これは今までのまとめといいますか、課題を示しております。水素というのは CO2 フリーのクリーンなエネルギーでありまして、貯蔵も運搬も可能であるため、低炭素社会の実現や調達先の多様化によるエネルギーセキュリティの確保の点においても最適な燃料であります。しかしながら、発電用のサプライチェーンを構築する上では4つの課題があるというふうに考えております。1つ目は左上です。水素を製造、輸送、貯蔵、利用するときのエネルギー変換ロスを低減していく必要があるということ。2つ目は、水素を製造するときに発生する CO2 を長期にわたって安全に安定的に貯留または利用するための技術の開発や適地の選定が必要であるということであります。この左下、右、3つ目は水素を運搬するための船舶、港湾等のインフラ機材の整備が必要であること。これが左下ですね。から4つ目が右下の水素の製造、輸送、貯蔵、利用にかかるサプライチェーン全体のエネルギーコストの低減が必要であるということであります。今申し上げました右下以外の3つの技術的な課題につきましては、中長期的に解決できると考えております。しかしながら、責任ある民間のエネルギー供給事業者としては、電気や水素を安価に供給し続けるために、この右下4番目のエネルギーコストの低減がとても重要で、最低でも LNG 等の化石燃料事業と同等の採算性の確保が必要であるというふうに考えております。また、水素の輸入にあたっては、水素製造国におけるリーケージを防がなくては、真の低炭素社会に向かっているとは言えませんので、CCS や CCU の経済性も確保される必要があります。各国政府におかれましては、水素の製造、運搬、貯蔵、利用だけでなく、CO2 の貯留、利用にかかるコストも低減できるような技術のブレイクスルーを生み出すための研究開発の予算の確保、拡充のご支援をお願いしたいところであります。その上で、当社はクリーンエネルギー経済へと導くグローバルリーダーを目指す事業者として、水素やアンモニア等のエネルギーキャリアの実装、実用化を目指し、引き続き積極的に研究開発に取り組んでまいります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Mr. Onoda. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Katsuya Nakanishi, Group CEO of Power Solution Group, Mitsubishi Corporation.
Thank you for your introduction. I'm Katsuya Nakanishi of Mitsubishi Corporation. Mitsubishi Corporation has a variety of business groups in which I'm currently responsible for Power Solution Group. This group covers the entire value chain of the electric power business, from power generation to power retailing. The circumstances surrounding the power business are changing drastically due to the 5D decarbonization, decentralization, digitalization, depopulation, and then deregulations. In addition, during this time of enormous energy innovation, we are paying more attention to hydrogen as a clean, next-generation energy that can meet the need for decarbonization. Today's subject is a hydrogen supply chain, so I would like to talk about our activities and challenges for realizing a hydrogen society. This slide shows potential area for the utilization of hydrogen in the future. This slide illustrates each element of hydrogen supply chain. For international large-scale transportation technologies, several technologies such as organic chemical hydride, liquefied hydrogen, and ammonia have been proposed. In particular, we began detailed investigation into organic chemical hydride around 2014 with the assumption that the mass transportation of hydrogen as a fuel for power generation would eventually become reality. Now we are under the implementation of large-scale transportation demonstration project from Brunei to Japan. Here is an overview of our demonstration project. Mitsubishi, Chiyoda, Mitsui, and NYK have jointly established an association called AHEAD and conducting the project founded by NEDO. Hydrogen will be produced from natural gas generated from a Brunei LNG plant and combined with a toluene into the methyl cyclone hexane. This is transported by ship in liquid form at ambient temperature and pressure. Hydrogen gas will be extracted from the liquid and made into the mixed combustion at a gas-fired power plant. As for the realization of the project, we do appreciate the great support from Brunei government, Brunei LNG, Kawasaki City, and Toa Oil. Construction work of the plant has started in 2017 and will be completed soon in both Kawasaki and Brunei. Demonstration operation will begin in early 2020, and approximately 210 tons of hydrogen, equivalent to 40,000 fuel cell vehicles, firing will be supplied during the one-year demonstration period. As part of a basic hydrogen strategy of the Japanese government, there is a target realizing a 300,000 ton commercial supply chain in 2030. As a next step for this demonstration project, we are conducting various researches on which countries and regions have potential for hydrogen supply. Next, I am talking about a recent trend. In hydrogen production, using a fossil fuel is a mainstream currently, but as a recent trend, hydrogen is attracting attention as a function of energy storage and transportation, particularly in Europe, where the effective use of surplus renewable energy has been an issue, and the power-to-gas project sourced from renewable energies have been launched. Certain European power utilities are considering plans to produce hydrogen along with the power generation. In terms of use of hydrogen, there have been attempts to introduce a fuel cell mobility in various countries. Electrification in transportation sector is inevitable to reduce the carbon dioxide, and the introduction of electrical vehicles equipped with lithium-ion batteries has already progressed. around the world. Certain countries are also paying attention to fuel cell mobility, which is different in function from electrical vehicles that have certain restrictions on cruising distance and charging time. For example, the Chinese government, which has focused on developing an electrical vehicle market, is expanding its subsidy scheme with the goal of having 1 million fuel cell vehicles in 2030. In Japan, household fuel cell called household fuel cell Enefarm has already been put on the market in household sector in 2009. The supply of electricity and heat using a hydrogen rehomed home from a gas is progressing. In response to these trends, there are currently some local regions that are trying to build a local supply chain for local production and consumption. For example, in North America, fuel cell forklifts, which have an economic advantage in terms of operating time and so on, have begun to replace a conventional lead battery forklift. I see that some manufacturers themselves have developed a local hydrogen supply chain to meet their customers' demand for hydrogen and provide comprehensive services, including hydrogen supply and fuel cell leasing. Finally, I would like to share our thought about creating a hydrogen society. First, it is important to secure economic feasibility by creating a large-scale demand and as well as developing individual technologies and reducing a cost. Secondly, regulation of the subsidies in accordance with the characteristics of each country and region are necessary. In fact, in that sense, in the Tokyo statement last year, representatives from various countries have agreed international collaboration and partnership aimed at the realization of a hydrogen society has been epoch-making. Thirdly, hydrogen has a wide range of industries with huge potentials. As a general trading company, we believe we can play a comprehensive role across each sector by finding out a relation with the hydrogen from every aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nakanishi. Now we have a presentation by Dr. Peter Hennig, former president of Wuppertal Institute and co-chair of German-Japanese Energy Transition Council.
Good afternoon. It's really a pleasure to be here and to be invited to this very important event. Let me give you some flavor what happens in Germany under the frame that we want to get rid of nuclear in 2022, phase out of coal in 2038, and decarbonize the whole energy system as quick as possible in 2050, meaning up to 95% reduction of carbon dioxide. Can you put the presentation on the screen? There's no presentation on the screen.
I'm sorry, Peter, we cannot have your slide. 事務局の方どなたかおられないんですか? Sorry, can you continue your speech? Sorry.
Well, I tried to elaborate a little bit without the screen, but I hope the presentation will come soon. First of all, I want to describe what are the applications in Germany, of course, in mobility, in the stationary sector, on the industrial sector, but maybe the most important one is on the system sector because of the high share of renewable electricity. When we look into the mobility applications, we have a lot of options available, but the technology readiness level is quite different. On top, we have industrial trucks or passenger cars and buses, and on the lower scale, shipping and aviation. So when it comes to mobility applications, we have some successes in deploying fuel cell buses. About 60 will start operation in 2019. And we will have a fuel cell train, the first one in the world, in the northern part of Germany. When it comes to applications in the car industry, of course, the production of fuel cell cars is dominated by Asian companies. But Germany, Mercedes and BMW are also active, but still at a low priority. The car fleet of fuel cell cars is still low, about 400, but it's stepping up, and it's subsidized by the German government by 21,000 euros per vehicle. And last not least, the infrastructure is developing. We now have maybe 100 fuel cell hydrogen stations under development. When it comes to the application in stationary use, there is a certain dynamic in the market now. 5,000 fuel cells have been ordered, and this would be an important step forward to use hydrogen in the building sector. What might be very interesting is a step forward from blast furnaces to hydrogen-based steel, which is planned with ThyssenKrupp and with Salzgitter companies, but it's a higher risky investment and it needs very clear frame conditions. Much more current developments are happening in refineries, blending fuels to cover the EU CO standards for refineries. There's one refinery in Lingen which is developing blended hydrogen. So one of the most interesting parts in Germany is using hydrogen in a more system perspective, in a flexibility, as a flexibility options to convert it to synthetic fuels, or substitute it for natural gas in the gas grid, power to gas or power to liquid, or in a direct way to use it via electrolysis when the costs go down from renewable electricity and electrolysis as well. It's quite clear when we look into sector coupling between the power sector and mobility, hydrogen-based mobility is less efficient than electric vehicles, but much better than synthetic renewable-based fuels, which are needed for very specific use. For example, if you have a scarce area, it's very important to use renewable electricity in a highly efficient way. We need 15 kilowatt hours by battery electric vehicles for 100 kilometers. If we take a combustion engine vehicle and power to liquid, we need 100 kilowatt hours. So talking about the flexibility options, unfortunately, you can't see the picture of the projection how the fluctuations of the load curve will be in 2050 in Germany. We will have very high surpluses, excess energy from wind and solar power, and try to convert them in hydrogen and to use the hydrogen as a supplementary feed-in for grid stabilization via gas turbines. So we start with natural gas and then we step forward to hydrogen. Comparing Japan and Germany, you can see that there are a lot of similar challenges, but Germany tries to accelerate the share of renewable electricity. In 2030, it will be about 65%. Now we have 47% share of net power production. And that's the reason why we look forward to combine it with hydrogen. After 2030, in both countries, we will need hydrogen for stabilizing the security of supply, for putting it in transportation. That's one of the most important options in Germany. In Japan, it's more the sector on power production. And the big question at the end is, where does the hydrogen come from? We are focusing very much on green hydrogen. There are a lot of countries which could be the suppliers of green hydrogen. It might be Norway, it might be Africa, it might be Chile or Australia. And I look forward to a cooperation with Japan to establish alliances to get the costs of hydrogen down, so then it can contribute to decarbonize our economies as quick as possible. Thank you very much, and very sorry for this mistake.
Thank you, Dr. Hennig. Our apologies for the miscommunication about the slides. This concludes the presentation from the panelists. Thank you very much. We now move on to a panel discussion. I would like to hand over to Mr. Masakazu Toyoda as the moderator of the session.
はい、ありがとうございます。7人のパネリストの皆さん、素晴らしいプレゼンテーションありがとうございました。皆さんお気づきのようにですね、それぞれのお立場で生産方法も違うし、輸送方法も違うし、ただこれ違うからいけないわけじゃなくて、違いから素晴らしいわけで、お互いが補完をしていく形になることを私どもとしては期待をしたいと思っております。でまだそうですね、15分はございますので、私の方から一人ずつ今のプレゼンテーションをベースにしたお話についてちょっとご質問をさせていただきたいと思います。シェル吉田さんの方から順番に行かせていただきます。まず吉田さんに伺いたいことなんですけども、イクイノールさん、まさに江川さんがお話しされたようにもともとその化石燃料を扱っている企業としてはシェルさんはトップの一つトップグループの一つであられるんですけど、お話を伺っているとどちらかというと再エネ中心型で行こうとされているんですけど、この辺は何か特別な理由があるんでしょうか。その辺を少し教えていただけるとありがたいんです。
ありがとうございます。リニューアブルにフォーカスして今力を注いでいる理由は大きく2つございまして、1つはリニューアブルで作られる電気のコストが非常に下がってきたというところと、それからリニューアブルで水素を作るというその過程が割と小さくスタートできるというところがありまして、水素のいろいろなチャレンジをテストしながら使い道を、そしてお客様を開拓していくというところでサイズ感がすごくやりやすいという点がございます。一方で主に天然ガスから作る水素についても見ておりまして、ただその CO2 をどうやって処理していくかというところがやはり最大のネックでして、CCS についてもシェルはプロジェクトをいくつか持ってまして、積極的にコストを下げられるように 努力をしている最中でして、そこのコストの見合いがついてくれば、大規模に天然ガスからいわゆるブルーハイドロジェンというものができるということも視野に入れております。
ありがとうございます。大変よくわかりました。じゃあ、今度は金花様の方にお伺いをしたいと思うんですけども、まさに川崎重工さんは帰化をしてですね、輸送をされようとしておられるんですが、帰化はもう明らかに多様な用途に使える形になりますので、大きなメリットあると思うんですけど、一方で特別な船を作りないといけないという難しさがあるように思うんですが、先ほどの話ですと、デモンストレーションプロジェクトももう来年からでございますか、進み始めるということなんですけども、この LNG より100度ぐらい低い温度に耐える船を作っていくということについて特に困難はお感じにならないんでしょうか。その辺ちょっと教えていただければと思います。
ありがとうございます。まず、ご質問のその背景にはコストがかかるんではないかというご質問だと思うんですけれども、この根戸様の委託事業といたしまして我々が実施したコストスタディの結果によりますとですね、水素コストチェーン全体にかかるコスト、これに占める液化水素運搬船のキャペックス、それからオペックスですね、これのコストというのは水素ノルマルリューベ30円としたときに2円ぐらいということで、大きなインパクトはないという結果がまず出ていると。それからサプライチェーン全体のキャペックス、それから為替、褐炭、原価等、このパラメーター、この感濃度解析を実施しましたけども、キャペックスに対する感濃度っていうのは為替の半分程度しかないと、それほど影響ないと、そのコスト云々するよりもですね、全体を見た時の例えば液化水素ですとクリーンですし、使用する前にただ蒸発させるだけでいいと、そこでエネルギーが不要であると、全体を見て判断したいなというふうには思っております。
ありがとうございます。そんなにコストがかからないということは非常に嬉しく伺いました。それではJ-PANの北村さんの方に今度お話を伺いますけれども、合資のプロジェクトという意味では川崎重工さんとミッションになさってるんですが、なんといっても興味深いと思うのは褐炭を使うというブラウンコールをお使いになっているという部分なんですが、ガスや石油を使って水素を作るっていうお話は随分あるんですが、この褐炭っていうのを選ばれた理由をどういうふうにお感じになっているんでしょうか。なんかメリットデメリットっていう観点から見るといかがなんでございましょうか。
はい、ありがとうございます。褐炭っていうか、我々がチャレンジしているのはオーストラリアのビクトリアの褐炭なんですが、最大の理由はこの原料となる褐炭がこのままだとおそらくビクトリアでもだんだん使われなくなって死蔵されていってしまうエネルギーリソースだろうと、それをなんとか活用したいというのがビクトリアサイドにもあるということですね。ご承知のように褐炭っていうのはほぼ半分近くだから半分以上が水分なもんですから、それを運んで長距離日本に持ってきて燃料にするっていうのはおよそ輸送が経済的に引き合わないということで、地元では掘ってすぐ目の前の褐炭田から掘った炭をすぐ褐炭火力で燃料として燃やしてるんですが、輸送に適さないんでそれ以外には使いようがないと。でそれを現地でガス化すれば、でガス化して水素に変えればあらゆるところで使える 日本に持ってくるためには川中さんに頑張っていただいている船で液化して運ぶ必要がありますが、オーストラリア国内で使うんだったらばそれをパイプラインで天然ガスと同じように使うことが可能になるわけです。そういう従来の使い方だとこのままでは死蔵するしかない資源を改めて有効に使える。でかつこれビクトリア政府もオーストラリアの連邦政府も両方とも賛同して支援してくださって、さらにプロジェクトの補助金まで出してくれてるんですが、ビクトリア現地に新たな雇用を生み出す、新たな産業を生み出す、水素製造という産業を生み出すという全く新しい価値を生み出す可能性があるということで、賛同してくださったと。じゃあやってみようとみんな思ったわけです。さらにプレゼンの時にも申し上げましたが、水素を作って分離される CO2 をそのまままた大気に出してしまったんではクリーン水素には CO2 フリー水素にはならんわけですけれども、ビクトリアのすぐオフショアに有望な CCS のリザーブのポテンシャルがあると。でこれはカーボンネットという組織が一生懸命準備してくれてるんですが、これと組み合わせれば CCS が可能になって本当にCO2 フリーの水素が化石燃料から作れると、こういったことが全て合致して、それじゃあトライしようよといくつかの企業さんでかつオーストラリアサイドも賛同してくれてやってみようということになったものです。ですから本当に実現商用化持っていけるかどうかはこの CCS のコストが製造コスト全体の中でどのくらいに収めることができるか、それからさらに好き勝手なことを言いますと、この褐炭はやがて使えなくて死蔵するしかない資源なんだから、水素作るんなら褐炭トンあたり何ぼで買ってくれとは言わないでほしいと。もう褐炭の原料コストはゼロだと。そこから付加価値をつけた水素を生み出して、その水素をいい値段で売って新しい産業ビジネスにしようじゃありませんかと、勝手なことを言ってます。
はい、ありがとうございます。材料費がタダだということのようでございます。
いや、まだあちらサイドは同意してるわけじゃありませんけど。
そうですか。ありがとうございます。もうちょっとお時間がなくなってきちゃったんで、少しスピードアップして伺わせていただきます。エイカさん、私どもと非常に関心があるのはこのオランダのマグナムですかのプロジェクトでして、ここで作ってガス火力を水素火力に変えていくときに出てきた CO2 を既存のパイプラインを使っていくと。今はパイプラインより船を少し使うとおっしゃってますが、やがてはパイプラインで使っていくということなんですけど、これは先ほども少し数字を言ってくださったんですが、商業化のタイミングっていうのは普通のプロジェクトより早いと考えてよろしいでしょうか。その点教えていただければと思います。
So thank you for the very interesting question. We believe it is realistic to see commercialization by maybe 2025. Maybe not using pipelines in the beginning. We believe transporting out CO2 on ships, transporting hydrogen either as ammonia or as liquefied hydrogen on ships may be the first solutions. And maybe 5 years later, maybe by 2030, we can scale it up even further, and then we can export hydrogen through pipelines. So I think pipelines will come, but not as the first project.
はい、ありがとうございます。2025っていうのはもうすぐなんで非常に楽しみでございます。次にジェラの小野田さんに伺いたいんですけども、アンモニアを使っていくというこの発電、まさに発電、パワーカンパニーとして当然だと思うんですけども、技術的には確立していると考えてよろしいんでしょうか。そのあたりを教えていただければ。
はい、一言で言いますとアンモニアはもう大量に使っております。これは排ガスの脱消装置というものを運転する中でアンモニアを使っています。でこれはもう30年以上の歴史がありますけれども、 当然、高圧ガスの資格者だったり、ロアン営法の特定化学物質の作業主任者のライセンスなんかを持ちながら法律に準拠して使えるものであります。特徴はですね、水をかけると溶けちゃうので毒性ガスですけれども、なんかこうリークした時にはそこにシャワーリングをしてやれば、あとは水の処理をすればいいということで、扱いには非常に使い勝手がいい物質だというふうに考えております。
はい、ありがとうございます。アンモニアっていうと有毒かなというふうに思ったんですが、その処理は比較的簡単だというお話でございました。それでは三菱商事の中西さんの方にお話を伺いたいと思いますけれども、プレゼンを聞かせていただくと、もちろんブルネイのプロジェクトは化石燃料なんですけれども、一方で北海の風力でしょうかね、そっちを使って再エネベースもお考えだということなんですが、この両方を扱ってご覧になってですね、メリットデメリットっていう言い方もあるんですけど、このどちらの方が早く商業化できそうな感じがされておられるでしょうか。その辺もし教えていただければ。
はい、ご質問ありがとうございます。ご案内のとおり化石燃料から開出した水素のは、技術的に確実で今はコストが安いと思いますが、CO2 を出すと。一方再エネの方をベースにした水の電解ですと、その逆で CO2 は出ませんが、まだ高いと。我々私どもですね、ヨーロッパで洋上風力を始めて10年ぐらい経つんですが、今10年前では考えられないぐらい再エネのコストが安くなったとは思っています。なぜこうなったのかなというふうに考えますとですね、やはり目標を各国が持って、それからレギュレーションをきちっと決めていただいて、我々ブルネイでネド様にお金をつけていただいてデモプラントをさせていただいてますが、それに加えてですね、やっぱり電力で申し上げるとフィードインタリフがやっぱり最初はあって、それが徐々に競争力が企業が自助努力して官民一体でやった成果が今のこの10年間の再エネのコストが下がってきたということだと思っています。経済合理性がないとなかなか新しいことはできないのでですね、ぜひこのあたりをですね、今後の課題として皆さんで一緒に検討していければなと思います。
はい、ありがとうございます。最後になってしまいましたけど、ブッパタールインスティテュートのヘンリケ教授に伺いたいと思います。先ほどのお話ですと、まず基本的には、国内との再エネを使ってということなんですよけれども、今日残念ながらプレゼンが映せなかったんですけど、見せていただいたときにやっぱりこの土地のスペースは限りがあってということで、先ほどの吉田さんのお話じゃないんですけど、小さく始めていくのにはいいんだけど、だんだん大きくなった時にはですね、ドイツは土地は平坦で恵まれているとはいえども、輸入ということをお考えになってないんでしょうか。先ほどアフリカってちょっとおっしゃったんですけど、アフリカからで作って水素を持ってくるみたいなことはお考えなんでしょうか。
Yeah, thank you very much for these questions. It depends on the degree of decarbonization of the economy. When we step forward to 80% reduction of carbon dioxide, we don't need imports of hydrogen or synfuels. But the much more challenging end is to step forward to 95%, and this is necessary to take the lead to stay below 2 degrees and, if possible, to reach a 1.2 degree target on a global scale. So we try to combine as much as possible domestic renewable electricity and conversion to hydrogen with preparing for this very ambitious stage to step forward to 95% CO2 reduction. And then the question, of course, is where does the hydrogen comes from? It must be, that's our perspective, as much as possible green, maybe in a transition period. It could be blue, but the carbon footprint should be as low as possible. So if we look around Germany and the potential partners, of course, Africa is one of the ideas which was behind the Desertec project. But we learned from the Desertec project that we must look in the mutual interest of the suppliers and the demanding countries. It must contribute to sustainable development of both partners. So that's one point. And the other one is we have to diversify our suppliers, not being dependent from one or two. This might be too sensitive when it comes to a stable and secure energy system. So that's the reason why the German government is now preparing a hydrogen roadmap up to the end of the year. And I'm quite, there will be some broad ranges of possible partners. And it may be Morocco, it may be Norway by using carbon capture and storage, which is available there. And it may be an alliance with Japan and Australia and Germany to convert this champion of coal to a champion of hydrogen. I think in the global interest, that would be a promising option, and it could help Australia as well to switch and step forward to a more sustainable development, not depending on coal, but being one of the champion producers of hydrogen, of green hydrogen.
はい、ありがとうございます。お聞き及びのようにですね、生産においても、少なくとも2つの方法があると、もっとたくさんあるわけですけれども、キャリアにおいても4つあると。でこのどちらかというと多様性というのは、水素の私は強みだと思ってまして、お互いが補完しながら、励まし合いながら水素社会を目指していくということだろうと思います。その時、最後アフリカとの協力も出てきましたけれども、国際協力というのが何といっても非常に重要でございます。今伺っていただいたようにさまざまな国との協力が大きく進んでいるということだと思います。国際協力をさらに進めながらこの水素社会を作り上げていければというふうに思います。若干時間超過してしまいましたけれども、大変多様なかつ実りある議論ができたと思います。パネリストの皆様に拍手を持って御礼を申し上げてください。ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause to Mr. Toyoda and all the panelists. Thank you very much. Now we take a break until 4:45. Please help yourself to drinks provided outside the hall. And we would also like to draw your attention to the exhibition area. During the break, please take any personal valuables and interpretation receiver with you. The session will resume at 4:45. Please kindly return to your seats by then. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. The next session is the Sector Integration Workshop panel discussion. The moderator of the session is Dr. Klaus-Dieter Bohart, Deputy Director General, DG Energy, European Commission. Now I would like to introduce the panelists from left to right on stage. Mr. Mario Savastano, Executive Vice President, Global Head of Business Development Hydrogen Business Unit, ENGIE. Mr. John Andre Locke, NEL ASA. Mr. Shingeki Takayama, Representative Director, Vice Presidential Executive Officer, Asahi Kasei Corporation. Mr. Kosei Shindo, Nippon Steel Corporation. Mr. Jeffrey Haspels, Project Manager, Vattenfall AB. Dr. Wilder Van Hout, Director Europe, Certify Heinisio.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, also warmly welcome to this last panel today on sector integration. It is a bit odd to say that we have now a sector integration panel, but the whole day we have talked about sector integration. So what do we intend to do in this particular session on sector integration? I think what is important to understand is what this sector integration is about and what do we mean by it. And I would like to introduce this topic by referring to our climate objectives that we have, because if you look at the energy production and the uses of energy, both together represents a very high share of CO2 emissions. In the European Union, it stands for 70% of the emissions comes from energy production and uses. And if we want to reach our climate objective, we cannot only look on the both ends, on production in isolation and on the uses in isolation. We have to bring both together. Or more concretely, we have to make sure that what we produce in our energy system is valuable and can be used, tailor-made for the applications, be it in industry, be it in transport, be it in buildings, be it in cooling, heating, or agriculture. The problem here, of course, is by bringing these ends together is when we are looking at the production side, there is one overarching principle that we have to respect at all times, and that's energy security. And if we look at the other end, to the appliances industry, for instance, it is competitiveness that is a high value. And how can we bring this together? If we interlink the production with the users by sector integration, how can we make sure that both principles can be respected? We have heard today in the whole discussion a number of issues like cost reductions, support schemes, CO2 prices, or regulation, these kind of things. But I think in our last panel, we will have a fresh look at this, and maybe at the end, I hope at least, at the end of the session, we might have a clearer view on what is really needed in order to make sector integration really happen. So far, my introduction.
Thank you, Dr. Bonhart. Now we will have a 7-minute presentation from each panelist and then move on to the panel discussion. To start, we would like to ask Mr. Mario Savastano to take a lead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and it's an honor to be with you today as we take on with my colleagues the challenge of the last panel of the day. I would like to focus a little bit on some industrial action. What ENGIE is doing, how do we see the drivers? But before talking about what we are doing, I would like to spend a bit of time on why we are doing this. Why do we go to the fundamentals and derive what we think is the logical next step in the industrial development? I'm not going to spend too much time on this. The versatility of hydrogen has been illustrated today at length. Hydrogen can be used as feedstock, as mobility, heavy-duty mobility, can be used to cater for intermittency of renewable power, etc. And tomorrow, hydrogen will be probably a massive intercontinental, international trade. In ENGIE, as a reminder, we position ourselves as an architect. So what we aim at is to help our customers to address their challenges, in particular in the decarbonization context. What does that mean? We're a developer, an investor. We will manage the construction, and we will operate long-term and stay long-term with our customers. The challenge is huge. Hydrogen is one of the building blocks in the decarbonization, among several other ones, the renewable power, the energy efficiency, etc., etc. So we like to have an approach, an holistic approach to decarbonization challenge that we are all facing effectively. This has been discussed at length today, and rightly so. When people are asked, what's the big challenge? What's the challenge number one? Probably the first answer is cost. What can we do about it? How are we going to trigger the mechanism? How are we going to trigger what we call the virtuous circle to reduce the cost? It's not going to happen in itself. It's not going to be an exogenous phenomena. We need to act upon it. And I like to borrow the example of solar PV. We could probably take each of us different examples, even in different industries. What happened in solar photovoltaic? A minimum market volume was created through all sorts of subsidies, feed-in tariffs, etc. And in some markets, this was an extremely competitive environment. What did people do? People saw that market and tried to fight to get a slice of that cake. Doing so, industries became sharper. We went from artisan to industrial. Money flowed into R&D, factories became bigger, the proposition was seen as de-risked, attracting cheaper capital, etc., etc. So it became more competitive. If it's cheaper, more people want it. So the scale increases. The economies of scale increases. It's cheaper again, and then more scale, cheaper, more scale. This is going to happen with hydrogen. It has already happened, actually. It has already started. We see already the premises of the minimum volume of market being created to give a market signal to the players, to give a market signal to the OEMs, John, to invest into the future. The future has already started. So we go for the tens of megawatts of electrolyzer capacity to the hundreds or more. This business is going to be, and this market is going to be a multi-gigawatt market. This is what it takes. This is the scale that is needed to get to parity, to get to competitiveness. These are some of the themes that the panel will further develop. Some of the ingredients that are necessary for this to happen, and let me take maybe two of them. One is really what you could call a bottom-up, the early adopters, the industries that see that it has already started, their future has already started, it's time to act now, as opposed to some other industries that are more waiting in a wait-and-see mode, and I'm waiting for the cost to go down. What the early adopters think is that an early mover has an advantage. An early mover creates a competitive advantage for the time that will come, that will certainly come, when it's going to be extremely competitive. Because if there is good business, competition will come. And I will give an example in a minute of two concrete early adopters that ENGIE is working with. So this is the bottom-up. Really industries that see in their own markets, as diversified as those markets can be, considering the versatility of hydrogen, they see that their future has already started. The top-down that we are also going to develop a bit more in the panel is the government intervention, authorities, regulation, supports, grants, all sorts of market mechanisms that we are going to develop. This is supposed to help to prime the pump. Initially, there is a competitiveness gap. We all know it. Are we going to trigger this virtuous circle? It's not only with industries willing to invest. It's not only with customers wanting to decarbonize their supply chain. It will require, at the beginning, and only at the beginning, this is what we believe, some help in various forms. We're going to develop it later. So the first of the two cases, and this is in the public domain to some extent. You will find it on our website, ng.com, and our client's website, Yara. It's a leader in the ammonia and fertilizer production. It's a plant they have currently, a very huge ammonia plant in Pilbara, Western Australia, which today uses carbonized hydrogen, if I may say, so it's SMR out of the natural gas. Yara sees its market, the food chain, is going to be decarbonized. We saw biofood that started, the organic food started to be a premium niche product. It became more and more mass market. Yara sees the symptoms of this to happen on the decarbonization front. So we have a co-development with them, really, to in-phase, starting with multi-tens of megawatts, so industrial scales, to gigawatt league, as I call it on the slide, to decarbonize their activities. And interestingly, it's also coming or expecting what the consumer preference will be. How do I keep my license to operate? How do I keep my market if tomorrow the consumer's preference is decarbonization? So it's really walking the talk. A second one is in Chile, NAX, in the northern Chile, in Atacama. NAX is a regional leader in blasting services for the mine. And here again, the driver is coming from the expected preference for end users, one of the main drivers. Decarbonizing the construction of equipment, decarbonizing cables, decarbonizing copper, you have to go all the way up the supply chain to the copper mine in Chile or somewhere else. And this is what they are doing. Again, as I'm getting to the end of my 8 minutes, again, it's going to be a phased approach, starting with an industrial scale, important to give that market signal, to get to the gigawatt league, important to have the economies of scale and get to a competitive proposition in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Savastano. Now we have a presentation by Mr. John Andre Locke, CEO of NEL.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, dear colleagues from the hydrogen industry, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for sticking around and listening to this last panel discussion. We very much appreciate seeing so many interested faces here. I'm coming from NEL Hydrogen. I would like to explain a bit what we are doing, but obviously I would like to also address some of the key questions here about sector integration and also cost reduction, which has been up many times during today. But first of all, a quick introduction to us as a company. We've been around for a very, very long time, more than 90 years. We've been doing electrolysis for many years. We've been doing PEM electrolysis for close to 30 years, and we're doing also fueling stations. We've sold equipment, a few electrolyzer equipment now to more than 80 countries, and more than 3,500 systems. And we have sold fueling stations. We are working on and installing around about 50 fueling stations, but only in 9 countries so far. So we have much more experience on the production of hydrogen, green renewable hydrogen, than we have on fueling stations. But we're gaining momentum also there. We have both alkaline and PEM technologies, both atmospheric and pressurized. So we have a foot in each of the important platforms, and we have fueling station equipment that can fuel different applications, like cars, buses, trucks, etc., etc. We have 3 production facilities, one in the US, PEM facility producing slightly more than 40 megawatt. We are working to significantly expand our facility in Norway. I'll talk a bit more about that. And then we have our fueling station facility capable of producing 300 stations per year in Denmark. Now let's move to sector integration, the main topic of this panel. And the way that we understand this is obviously one of the key elements of the hydrogen technology is that it is an infrastructure that can be shared between multiple applications. It can be shared between industry applications, between mobility applications. It can help the grid. in many ways, and you can provide different services to society. And I would like to give you a few examples of how we view the sector integration, and one example from Norway, obviously, also. So an electrolyzer, in the way that we work with different concepts around the world when it comes to building electrolyzer infrastructure, is that you need to do grid services. You need to be able to help to balance the grid, and you can get access to low grid fee to do that. You tie the electrolyzer to the district heating grid, and you can offer the excess heat and get that back into use. And you combine the infrastructure for some of these large industrial projects where you actually you can install electrolyzer, for example, related to a refinery that we are looking to do in Denmark. And then you can take some of that excess hydrogen and also use it for mobility. Aquaculture can use the hydrogen, the oxygen, and the heat. So you can use everything that comes out of an electrolyzer to boost production of fish. And then obviously you can use many different mobility applications. So I'll give you one example, and there are so many different examples to talk about, but obviously we don't have a lot of time. But at the end of the day, you need to hit the €5 per kilo target. You need to be able to fuel €5 per kilo in the bus depot or at whether heavy duty application or whatever, to be able to compete with petrol and diesel. And then you need 4 cents per kilowatt hour electricity, and you need $1 for transportation, and you need approximately or a bit more than euro for transportation, and a bit more than euro for dispensing. And then you can get there. And you can do it already with existing technologies in many ways. So this particular example is a facility just outside Oslo. You have a 30-minute driving distance. We install an 8-ton electrolyzer tied to a river, hydropower. You transport the hydrogen in a module. You plug the module straight into the station, so you don't need to have a separate storage. And you're basically able to satisfy a whole range of different applications. One such unit can service a lot of trains and cars and buses. And I'll go a bit quick. So this is the way it looks. You basically have an electrolyzer is tied to the grid, district heating grid, and you find that around every major cities, at least around Europe, you'll find the district heating grid. You do grid services, and you can basically take the hydrogen and use for many different applications in the area. You can fuel buses, trucks, cars, even fast ferries, and transportation within the airport just outside Oslo. So that's real sector integration for you. And then you can basically have a production hub with a 2.5-hour driving distance, so that the driver can get out and back again in one shift. And then you can basically cover a lot of ground. I mean, if you have 4 or 5 of these, you pretty much cover the whole of south of Norway with, the basic hydrogen infrastructure which is needed to be able to electrify all these different kinds of applications. We have a few other examples, and obviously we're working on a very, very long list of projects. So I've just kind of highlighting a few key projects which basically illustrates the trend that we see now, that the industry is really taking the next step and is moving forward here. And the first has already been mentioned by my colleague Mario. Yara is a progressive ammonia/fertilizer producer. They are obviously used to using electrolysis. We have a common history, and they are seeking to switch out natural gas reforming and reintroduce electrolysis into their way of producing, and we are working together with Yara to solve this particular problem. Hybrid, it's a steel industry, steel consortium between SSAB, LKAB, and Vattenfall will speak a bit later here today. Exactly the same here. Switch out coal, introduce renewable hydrogen, produce water instead of CO2 in the steel production process. Obviously a challenge, because the steel production process also needs to be adapted, but we are very happy to be a part of this. You heard about the project that Nicolas presented, an extremely good example of someone that really wants to make a big difference in heavy-duty transportation and solving a major problem related to pollution in that sector. Also a very good illustration of what can be done, basically outcompeting fossil solutions with a business model. And obviously we will do whatever we can to support Nicolas and ensure that they are successful. in this venture. So before I finish off, I want to summarize and address one of the key questions which have been up here so many times today. When we work in all of these different projects, we have a lot of clients that challenge us and say, how are we going to believe that we can scale up or do this if we don't scale up, if we as an industry do not scale up? So basically that is exactly what we're doing. We announced a bit earlier that we are scaling up quite significantly. We're building now a new facility. Instead of going for a 360 megawatt one line, we have identified a new facility where we have 3 lines. That means that we can produce more than 1 gigawatt of electrolysis. This will significantly reduce cost. And I think that's one of the key elements that is underestimated by financial analysts, by political analysts, by the industry overall. They totally underestimate the industry's ability to scale up and reduce cost. You will see exactly the same in electrolysis as you saw in wind and in solar. So very soon we will be able to offer something which is extremely competitive to fossil solutions. And with that, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Shigeki Takayama, Vice President of Asahi Kasei Corporation.
皆さんこんにちは。旭化成の高山でございます。先ほどネルのジョンさんはかなりそのインテグレーションにフォーカスをしてお話をいただきましたけども、私の方からは旭化成が取り組んでいます水素の製造に関して中心的にご紹介をさせていただきたいと思っております。まず、私どもの旭化成でございますけれども、ここにありますように材料、マテリアル、ヘルスケア、ホームズといった3つの柱の事業を持っておりますが、基本的には私ども総合化学会社でございまして、この水素社会に総合化学会社としてどういうふうに貢献をしていくかということに集中をしております。で次のページにいくつかの私どもの製品商品としてラインナップしている製品をお示ししていますが、この中にいくつもの水素の製造に関わる技術の元がございます。一つはちょっと見にくいですけども、右下のところにあります食塩電解、それからイオン交換膜、これが水素アルカリ水電解の一つの基本的な技術のキーになっております。それから上の方にあります、私ども化学工業をやっておりますけども、触媒という技術がやはりずっと追いかけてまいりました。でこの触媒技術が水素電解における電極の触媒に非常に近いといいますか、技術的には系統だっておりまして、ここに力を入れております。それから真ん中辺にあります電池のセパレーター、これは世界グローバルナンバー1の市場を持っておりまして、これも私どもの水電解のキーコンポーネントとして技術の元になっております。でもう少し旭化成をご紹介しますと、私ども旭化成は創業の地であります九州宮崎に7つの水力発電所を有しております。で現在、私どもが使っている消費電力の 13% はこの水素電力で賄っております。そして、私ども創業の次の年1923年にはこの水素発電で作った電気を使いまして、電解により水素を作っております。でこの水素を使ってアンモニアの製造を始めたというのが私どもの事業のスタートでございます。そういった意味では旭化成は水素製造において非常に長い歴史を有しております。で次のシートは私どもの一つの大きな事業の柱であります食塩電解のビジネスをまとめております。で我々は1975年にこの電解システムの供給を開始しておりまして、現在までにここにあります通り126のサイトにこの設備を設置しております。で私ども旭化成が供給したシステム、この電解システムからは年間75億ノルマルリューベの水素が製造されております。ところが残念ながらその近い立地にこの水素を有効に使う需要がない いうことで、ほとんどのこの水素が捨てられているという状況でございます。でいよいよここから私どもの旭化成が取り組むアルカリ水電解による水素製造のプロセスというものに関しての現在の開発状況についてご紹介をさせていただきます。でこのシートは2014年からNEDOの支援で私どもがスタートをした実証テストの状況であります。ミディアムセル、面積が膜面積が 0.25 平米のミディアムセルからラージセル3平米の大きさのセルを組み合わせたもの、こういったものの実証テストをNEDOのご支援でやってまいりました。でこの実証テストの中で私どもはいろいろなことを検証してまいりましたけれども、一つはやっぱり安定的に1万2000時間運転が継続できたということが第一でございます。それから右の上の方の図にありますようにアルカリ水電解においては縦軸のセル電圧、これはこの装置の効率を示しております。で横軸の電解密度、これは設備そのものがどれぐらいの水素を作れるかという能力を示しておりますけれども、こういった図の関係で右下に行くほどハイパフォーマンスの装置ということになりますが、このブルーのラインをこの実証の中で実証してまいりました。でさらに先ほど申し上げました私どもの触媒技術、セパレーター技術、イクイプメントの最適化技術、これを駆使いたしまして今右下にありますような赤いラインのようなところまで実験レベルでは性能を確認をしております。から左下の方はこの水電解システムにおいて非常に大きなキーは電流の電気の変化に対応した追随性でありまして、ここの左の下の図の中で赤い線がセルの電圧、黒い線が電流密度でございますけれども、ここのバランスが非常に追随性よくいっているということが分かります。でこのほかに私どもは数々の実証実験をNEDOのご支援の下で進めております。で左上の福島の相馬のプロジェクトで、これは初めてプロダクションサイトで実施したものであります。からその下にありますドイツのヘルテンでの実証テストで、これもミドルサイズでありますけどこのサイズでやっております。それから、右上の方にありますのがまもなく、その建設が終わろうとしております福島のプロジェクトでございまして、これは東芝さんからの受託を受けて私どもが電解層システムを供給しているという設備であります。で右下はこれはドイツのアライン CCS プロジェクトでございまして、これもドイツの電気会社の炭酸ガスをと水素を反応させる、こういうところで水素を出していくというプロジェクトに参画をしております。でこのページがその一番今力を入れている福島のプロジェクトでございまして、浪江のプロジェクトです。で東芝さんが主体になって作られておりますけども、私どもここの設備10メガワット1装置としては最大級の大きさと思いますけれども、1時間あたり2000ノルマルリューベの水素を出すというこういうプロセスをやっております。でこれがその全体の私どものロードマップですけれども、今のこういう実証実験を通して2025年頃には商業化に向けて進めていきたいというふうに思っております。以上であります。ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Mr. Takayama. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Kosei Shindo, Chairman of Nippon Steel Corporation.
I'm Kosei Shindo of Nippon Steel Corporation. I'd like to talk about steel and hydrogen. More than 1.8 billion tons of steel is produced annually worldwide as a basic material that supports human life. Considering the increase in the world population and economic growth, steel demand is expected to increase. Steel is produced by reducing iron ore with carbon and therefore emits a large amount of CO2. Steel scrap becomes a larger part of steel resource, but is not sufficient for the demand. And therefore, steel production from iron ore will be still needed even in 2100. In November 2014, the Japan Iron and Steel Federation, JISF, we call it, announced the commitment to a low-carbon society phase 2 with the target year of 2030. This plan is also reflected in Japan's medium NDC 2030 target based on the Paris Agreement. However, in order to prevent long-term climate change mitigation, more drastic CO2 reduction measures are required. Last November, JISF has launched the long-term vision for climate change mitigation, aiming to realize the zero-carbon steel, in which hydrogen is a vital measure for carbon-free iron making. The vision is reflected to the National Long-Term Strategy for Climate Change Mitigation. Now, I'd like to introduce the technology development policy for this vision. There are two main pathways towards carbon-free steel making. One is carbon usage and treatment, and the other is carbon avoidance by hydrogen. The largest CO2 emission source is iron making. In the blast furnace, oxygen is removed from iron ore by carbon, and then CO2 is emitted along with iron production. The first pathway is to keep using carbon as reducing agent and to capture CO2 and store it under the ground or use it as carbon resources for variable metals. Resolution for technical and social issues on CCS and CCU is the key to this pathway. The second pathway is carbon avoidance in iron making by hydrogen. By replacing reducing agent from carbon to hydrogen, only H2O, water, is emitted in iron making. But there are many difficult challenges to both in iron making technologies using hydrogen and in hydrogen supply. JISF has decided to challenge to develop innovative technologies for realizing zero-carbon steel, where replacing carbon by hydrogen in iron making and CO2 capture are main measures. Course 50 is the first step to the future. Course 50 uses in-house hydrogen to replace a part of carbon in blast furnace. Super Course 50 aims to maximize hydrogen reduction in the blast furnace with premise of unlimited hydrogen supply from outside of steel mill. And finally, we challenge 100% hydrogen reduction iron making without carbon as the ultimate goal. Many technical difficulties regarding hydrogen usage in iron making must be overcome. And at the same time, massive and stable supply of carbon-free hydrogen with rational cost must be realized. We try to develop zero-carbon steel-making technologies with hoping that sufficient hydrogen supply system for steel industry and CCS and CCU technologies will have to be established. At the moment, it is necessary to advance the establishment of low-carbon technologies on the premise of blast furnace use. Since the blast furnace is considered to be the mainstream of primary iron production method in the meantime, both technically and economically. JISF has been challenging Course 50 project since 2008, targeting practical application by 2030. This photograph is the experimental blast furnace in Kimitsu Steel Works of Nippon Steel. In 2017, for the first time in the world, we achieved 10% reduction in carbon consumption. The right diagram shows the ratio of reducing reaction in the experimental blast furnace. Hydrogen reduction increased from 10% to 20%, and carbon direct reduction decreased from 30% to 20% instead. And in the next step, Super Course 50, we will carry to maximize hydrogen use in blast furnace. This is a very rough estimation on volume and cost of hydrogen for iron-making use. Assuming a very simple chemical reaction like this, a consumption of hydrogen to produce 1 ton of hot metal is estimated 1,000 cubic meters. 1.3 trillion cubic meters of hydrogen is required to replace all carbon-reducing agents for 1.3 billion tons of worldwide primary iron production. And the cost, for keeping cost equivalent as a reducing agent, hydrogen has a linear relationship with coal, as shown in the left diagram. Assuming $200 per ton coal, 7.7 cents is the equivalent cost for 1 cubic meters of hydrogen. In conclusion, the challenge towards zero carbon steel presented here is to indicate a direction towards achieving the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement. Technical challenges to achieve zero carbon steel are clear, but very tough. Not only to overcome technical issues in hydrogen reduction iron making, but a huge and stable supply of carbon-free hydrogen with rational cost is essential. Course 50 is the first step to realize zero carbon steel, using the technologies gained from Course 50 as a foothold. JISF will challenge super innovative technologies for realizing zero carbon steel. Thank you. Thank you very much for kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Shindo. Moving on, we have a presentation by Mr. Jeff Haspels, Project Manager of Vattenfall.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here, and at this late time in the afternoon, I hope to provide you some interesting perspective and insights. What you see on the screen is the Magnum Power Station. It's one of the larger power stations in the Netherlands, located in the northern part of the Netherlands. And it's a very modern, efficient and clean power plant that is operated on natural gas today. And what we want to do is to make it even more clean and to eliminate all the CO2 emissions coming out of that power station by changing the fuel from natural gas to hydrogen. First, some words about our company. We are one of the leading energy companies in northwestern Europe. We are owned by the Swedish state, and our key mission is to help our customers to become fossil-free in 1 generation. And we believe one of the ways to do that is to focus on electrification, because electricity can be produced from renewable sources, and renewable electricity can also be used to produce renewable hydrogen that can help not only to further decarbonize the electricity system, but also other sectors. If you look at what we do in sector integration and in particular hydrogen projects, there's 2 Hydrogen Council flagship projects that we are involved in. One has been mentioned 2 times, I think, in this session already. One is the hybrid project, which is located in Sweden, where we cooperate with an iron ore producer and a steel producer to help making carbon-free steel. It's called the hybrid project. To date, we are constructing a pilot plant, which is an investment of 100+ million euro over the entire project, and hydrogen production is a part of that. The next step in the 2020s is to scale up to industrial scale, and in the 2030s we want to enter into commercial operating phase. The other project is the Magnum project, which aims at providing CO2 neutral flexible power, where we are cooperating on one side with Mitsubishi MHPS. They are the technology partner for Vattenfall related to the hydrogen combustion. And we're also working together with consortium partners Equinor and Gasunie. Equinor is focusing on production of hydrogen from natural gas while storing the CO2. So we are focusing there on blue hydrogen. And Gasunie is the Dutch owner of the gas network. And they're aiming at transporting the hydrogen and providing storage solutions to us. And what you see in those projects is that collaboration is really key in order to be successful. So in both of those projects, we're trying to close the entire value chain. We think that is pretty vital to be successful. And also collaboration with regional and national governments is, of course, vital. And if I talk about the Magnum project, it is actually located in an area where over 30 hydrogen-related projects are taking place at the moment. It's truly a hydrogen valley. So there's many parties developing projects, working together with strong support from the regional and national government. So we believe that hydrogen can play really a key role in the energy transition, but some key requirements have to be fulfilled in order to make it happen. And those requirements are on the regulatory side as well as on the market side. If we look at the regulatory side, we think, first of all, there should be proper incentives for potential users of hydrogen to make the switch from the fuel or the energy source that they are currently using to a carbon-free alternative. So that could be carbon pricing, it could also be other incentives that can be developed. On the other hand, we think it's also important to kind of develop premium pricing for carbon-free products, so that actually the product that we are producing carbon-free has a different value than the carbon-based alternative. Certificates and guarantees of origin may be helping there. And the last but not least, of course, national and EU funding, in our perspective, is vital to get things going and to really launch the first large-scale projects and also those projects that really focus on CO2 reduction. On the market side, it's vital, especially in the Northwest European context and in our context, that sufficient availability of fossil-free electricity becomes available. Right now, in the Netherlands, for instance, we only have 15% of renewable electricity. However, that will increase very rapidly. In 2030, it will be 70%. It's really vital that we develop renewable electricity production to be able to produce green hydrogen. Then it's already been mentioned, scale up and cost decrease of especially green hydrogen is needed to be competitive with fossil sources. And thirdly, we need to also think about the demand side. We can produce a lot of hydrogen, but there should also be off-takers that are able to take that hydrogen. So we believe it's important to also work on that field. And then lastly, pretty crucial is that the infrastructure will be developed, both transportation as well as storage infrastructure, to connect supply and demand for hydrogen and to provide flexibility that the system needs. Well, if you then look at the Magnum project, or the H2M project as we call it, it's about large-scale production of CO2-free flexible electricity in gas plants. In the Netherlands, we are moving to a situation where about 70% of electricity is produced from intermittent renewable sources, mostly wind and solar. And that will only increase the demand for flexible electricity production. And that flexible electricity production should also be increasingly CO2-free. And we can do that because at times when we have excess supply from renewable sources, we can basically use part of that supply to produce hydrogen that we can then store for longer periods. And when there is not enough supply from those sources, we can use that energy again and start producing flexible electricity production. In the project, our two main challenges are, on one hand, technology. So we need optimal combustion technology in our power station. For that, we are cooperating with Mitsubishi, as I said before, with MHPS. And the other side is really the availability of hydrogen. And in the Netherlands, as I said, we currently don't have too much renewable electricity, whereas we need a lot of hydrogen. So we can do two things. Either we wait until the 2030s when there's enough, or we choose another way. And for that, we are working together with Equinor, as I already indicated, by producing on large scale so-called blue hydrogen. And with that, we can really kickstart from 2025 already and really start working on realizing a hydrogen infrastructure in the Netherlands. Thank you very much. That was my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Haspels. Now we have a presentation by Mr. Wouter van Held, Director Europe, Certify, Heinisio.
Thank you very much. So thank you all for being here during this session. I would like, so many of my fellow colleagues in the panel have been already showcasing certain real projects that are representing sectorial integration. And I would like to discuss maybe another theme that's more cross-cutting, the need of certification schemes to enable this energy transition. And if I talk about we, I'm speaking on behalf of Certify. This is currently still a project that has been financed by the European Commission. It's been running since 2014, and it's made up of a consortium of various companies. Amongst other, my own company, which is called Heinisio, and we have been active for more than 12 years on the field of hydrogen. I would like to say also that we're currently, Certify is only a project. We're already in the process of starting a legal entity which could also help other countries to implement similar certification schemes. And I hope that as my presentation will show, we believe this is a necessity for the hydrogen economy to flourish internationally. But before we talk about the project itself, I would like to take one step back and quickly look at what we've seen in renewable electricity certification systems in Europe. I'm not going to go through all of the details, but basically we saw there's been a sharp increase in the interest of customers, being it either residential or being it industry, to start buying renewable electricity and be willing to pay a premium price for that. So that's one evolution that we saw. The other evolution that we saw is that the electricity markets have become way more complex. Back in the 90s, we had vertically integrated monopolies of energy utilities, which were responsible for production, transport, balancing, and sales. Today, Europe has very complicated electricity markets. And to be able to track all of those electrons, but also the green energy through those different markets has become much more complex. And I think we already need to foresee that hydrogen one day will not be a specialty chemical, but also will be a commodity. And I severely hope that green hydrogen will be a commodity one day. So currently, there's two markets that are separated in Europe. On the one hand, you have renewable electricity certificates. On the other hand, you have the electricity certificate markets themselves. And this really is enabling much more trading of those two different aspects. And for us, it was important to have a look at renewable electricity, because in Europe, we would like to avoid that renewable electricity or renewable energy is claimed multiple times. When renewable electricity gets a certain certificate and afterwards is being used, that electricity in electrolysis, we must make sure that that renewable hydrogen, that renewable energy is only counted once. This means that a renewable electricity certificate will have to be cancelled before we can generate a renewable hydrogen certificate. If that renewable hydrogen certificate of that renewable hydrogen is recombined with CO2 to make renewable synthetic methane, then this product should get a renewable methane certificate, but you would also have to cancel the renewable hydrogen certificate. Again, it's to avoid double counting, and it's very important. So today we see that the Hydrogen Council is presenting that hydrogen could be an energy vector next to oil and gas that could be traded separately. And therefore, I think it's very important that we describe our hydrogen into a same way, internationally, but also cross-sectorial. So this is a picture of sectoral integration as made by the Hydrogen Council. And I think it's very important that if we are able to certify what are the, how hydrogen is being produced, it can actually propagate its environmental attributes to a certain end sectors. People who are able to use green hydrogen into steel plants, for instance, they need to be able to show decarbonization potential, and this certification will allow for that. And therefore, I think it's very important that we all agree on a common standard to describe that hydrogen. And here is an example of how we've been achieving a consensus in Europe to measure the greenhouse gas content of hydrogen. And I like to compare it to buying a car. When we buy a car, we know that one of the important aspects is fuel consumption. And I think when you want to have customers having confidence and being able to compare car A against car B, it's important that the units are the same. So when we talk about 4 liters per 100 kilometer, and you need to compare that to 20 miles a gallon, it's not easy because the units are different. Next to that, I don't think that the unit in itself is sufficient, especially as what we saw with all of the software that has been mingled upon in the United States. Customers are already asking today, what is the driving cycle? How have you been determining this fuel consumption? So this is important too. But I would like to say that we need to go one step further. People want to see what is the quality of the test equipment that has been achieved at the laboratory, so that we know that all testing has been done in the same way. And last but not least, people will ask questions on how those test laboratories have been validated, how have they been audited. And this is a system that already exists worldwide for fuel cell, for any kind of car. But I think we need to go that far also for hydrogen. If we want to create confidence that hydrogen has been produced into a renewable or into a low-carbon way, how is it being measured? Who is testing it? By which kind of equipment? And are we all using the same governance system? And this is what this hydrogen certification is all about. So we developed in Europe not only a data field, which you can see on the left-hand side, which is existing of only objective data. We've also been giving certain ideas towards the industry of what 2 labels could be. And I think this project has been at the origin of what everybody's calling today green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and gray hydrogen. Okay, thank you. So I think it's very important that that both consumers and industry, they have certain hooking points which they can use. People need to know what is green hydrogen, what is blue hydrogen, and you need to have confidence that it's the same by different suppliers, that it's measured into the same way, because this will create consumer confidence. Therefore, they will be willing to pay a higher price. And because they will be willing to higher price, it incentivizes also producers to start producing hydrogen, either green or blue. I would like to say that from our project that we also developed the full procedures. We developed also software that can be used for the database, with the database and its governance structure. We can make it available to member states, to countries. So we are ready to support anybody. And then we're also very glad that the Hydrogen Council is also pushing this certified project forward, and they requested the European Commission to share it with other countries, and we're definitely willing and capable of doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Van Held.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for this really interesting insight that you have given us. Let us continue a bit on the one or the other point. And my first question I would like to start here on my left to Mario and Gian-André is about the support, or some say subsidies. My question here is, do you really mean that it's a good idea to ask for the development of hydrogen as a carrier for the sector integration for subsidies? And if you say yes, is it then a subsidy that is similar to what we have given 15 or 20 years ago to the renewable energy sources to produce electricity, where we had feed-in tariffs with a guaranteed price for 20 years, and we all know what has happened with photovoltaic, which become cheaper and cheaper, but the subsidies stayed the same. Because if we go for those subsidies, then we are socializing the costs. Is that the way, or when you talk about support and subsidies, do you have different models in mind, maybe more market-based or even a completely different instrument? Maybe first Mario and then...
Yeah, thank you, Klaus, for the question. It's a very important one. You know, this is an industry in the making. It's going to be, we believe, big. It's going to be multi-gigawatt, but it needs to be created. There needs to be a virtuous circle, as I presented. We need to prime the pump. So we believe, yes, at the beginning, there needs to be support in many projects. This being said, some projects are already in the money, but these are really more niche projects. However, let me add, before answering your question on how to do it, let me add that sustainability has two sides, right? A given industry should be environmentally sustainable, but should become, over time, economically sustainable. So it's really the objective of priming the pump, creating the virtuous circle, getting the cost down, getting the scale, getting cheaper financing. And this has not been much discussed today, but the financing is key, obviously, for a capex-intensive business, in order to get to the motion of parity. When we get to parity, and we should get to parity for this industry to exist long term, then subsidy or supports or all sorts of mechanisms should cease. Now, how to do it? How to do it during the period of a competitiveness gap that we need to overcome and become at parity? Obviously, you can have CO2 taxes. It has been tested in a number of jurisdictions. You can have feed-in tariffs. You can imagine feed-in tariffs with contractual differences, etc. But let's be a bit more creative and look into successful precedents. What I would like to take now to stimulate our thinking is a mechanism that created an extremely competitive renewable market without feed-in tariffs, without CO2 taxes or cap and trade. Let's look at the renewable energy target mechanism in Australia. That has been extremely successful. So as a reminder, how does that work? It's an obligation on the retailers, on the power retailers, and we are one of the retailers in Australia, to source a growing percentage of the power from the wholesale from renewable sources. And if the quota is not met, there is a fine to pay, which is high enough that incentivizes people to actually do it, because it's more expensive than a green PPA. So people sign green PPAs, which triggered the buildup of a large park of renewable assets. The interesting thing in the renewable energy target, it was a competitive market. People were competing to provide the renewable power to the retailers, which means that the virtuous circle got triggered. People became sharper, more competitive. It gained scale, economies of scale, more competitiveness, to the point that today, and this is the success of the system, people sign green PPAs because sometimes it's their cheapest option. And by the way, it's green. So what was the original intent of greenifying, decarbonizing some activities became a benefit in a scheme that today is self-supporting and competitive and doesn't need subsidies or support or all sorts of mechanisms anymore. Another thing where we can borrow from a successful precedent is the LNG industry. And let's look at the flow between, say, again, Australia and Japan, for example, because it's going to be a similar flow for the LNG of the future, the hydrogen export from, for example, Australia or other places to Japan or other places. The government posed itself as an off-taker of last resort. Let's not forget, this is a capital-intensive business. When we say gigawatt, we say billion of dollars. This needs to be financed. It needs to attract the capital for this to simply exist. So at the beginning, yes, I believe some mechanisms are required, but after a while, the system should be self-supporting.
Okay, let me add a few comments to this. I think the most important thing is to ensure that the end users are incentivized. So in many ways, it's a bit like this, the feed-in tariff, but not the feed-in tariff. We need more end users. The industry will itself solve the capacity expansions. It will solve the cost reductions. This is already ongoing, and we've seen it done before, and we will see exactly the same again in hydrogen. You will see what happened in solar and wind. You will see it exactly the same again. So by motivating the end users, making sure that end users are motivated to take to roll out hydrogen buses, heavy-duty vehicles, trucks in different areas, cars, ferries, even ships, and even also in the industry, make sure that the steel industry is motivated to move fast, and the ammonia industry is more motivated to move fast. I think that would be the absolute best benefit, and then you don't need to worry about the supply side because that will take care of itself, in my mind. When it comes to the structure, I mean, the simple thing for you is easy in theory. For me, this is very easy. It's just basically slap on a cost on the CO2. In real life, it's a bit more difficult, but in principle, it's easy because if you slap on something very, very small, a cost on CO2, it accumulates to a lot of money. And that amount of money can be allocated to initiatives like this. For example, ship industry. If you add a small cost on the CO2, it's not going to de-incentivize the ship industry to use oil, but we will accumulate very, very fast a lot of money. And that money can go to incentivize the ship industries that basically initiates projects. So you take the carbon cost from one industry and you apply it to initiatives within that industry. And you do the same for steel and the same for ammonia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Very simple mechanism that I think is going to would be very effective.
Thank you very much, Mr. Takayama. In many places, you have discussions around green hydrogen versus hydrogen from fossil fuels, so blue and gray. How do you see, from your perspective, the future of green hydrogen? Is it really a versus or is it complementary?
ありがとうございます。私どもはやっぱり化学会社ですので、今のグリーンかどうかっていうところにはものすごいこだわりを持っております。で、エネルギー的に、この水素をまたどういうふうに使うかということにも関係しますけれども、やはり、我々が炭酸ガスのその削減を狙っているという中でいくと、やはり水素は我々はやはりグリーンに作りたいっていうところがあくまで基本になります。でその中でじゃあこの水素グリーンな水素をどういうふうにやって使っていくかっていう時のキーが やはりこの水素の純度ですとか、その安定的な供給という、本当にコストに直結するところだというふうに思っております。で、本当にこの、例えばこの、水電解で作った水素を本当に純度を上げると、そこでまたエネルギーを使って値段が上がってしまう。じゃあ、純度が上がっていないクリーン水素、クリーンなエネルギーで作った水素の使い道はないかというと、それはですね、化学工業には本当に無限にあるというふうに私ども思っておりまして、こういう水素をですね、エネルギーとしての活用だけではなくて、化学工業界がですね、もう少し皆さんで真剣にこの水素を原料として世の中の役に立てる、そういう使い方をしていけばですね、コストバランスの取れたサプライ系っていいますか、エコシステムができるというふうに思っています。ただ作るところはやはりクリーンであるということにこだわりたいっていうのが私の考え方です。
Thank you very much. We go on with Mr. Shindo. Mr. Shindo, you have explained in your presentation the extraordinary need in volumes of hydrogen that would be needed in your processing. How do you think you manage the availability problem? Is it then that you are becoming dependent on imports, or could you also imagine that you produce hydrogen yourself? And for the last speakers, I have to say we are a bit short in time, so if you could give us a very strong but short answer.
我々は水素を自分で作るつもりはありません、まだ。水素は水を分解することでできます。で、水はどこにでもあるわけで、問題は電気分解する電力をどうやって作るか、その電力をどうやってコストを下げていくかということです。需要は 1.3 トリリオンキュービックメーターあるわけですから、ぜひここで、ビジネスをやりたいという方にですね、専門知識を持っている業界に入ってきてもらいたいとこう思っています。インポートするつもりは、先ほど事前のミーティングでインポートって話しましたけど、インポートする気はさらさらありません。
Thank you. That was strong and clear and short. Jeffrey, another problem when we are talking about sector integration is the physical link. How do we bring the hydrogen molecules to the destination? So access to the infrastructure, to the grid. How do you see that? Is it that we need to build new infrastructure for hydrogen, or do we repurpose existing infrastructure for natural gas, which might decline, and we are using it then for hydrogen? Or is the solution a blending? But then my question, if it is the blending of hydrogen with natural gas, how can you make sure that at destination you can take out again pure hydrogen?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's the answer is and in this case. But firstly, I think one of the key benefits of hydrogen is that you can transport and store it relatively easily, especially if you compare it to electricity. So we should take that benefit. Also, if you look at what is needed in the energy system, we should be not only decarbonizing the electricity system, but also the molecule side of things. So we would really need to transport vast amounts of energy towards end customers. Having said that, in the Netherlands, we have a very strong network, a very strong natural gas network, that indeed is to be intended to be reused for hydrogen, with reducing domestic production of natural gas and domestic demand of natural gas. So the idea that is basically going on in the Netherlands is to reuse that and first build kind of regional or localized infrastructures that can later be connected using a sort of hydrogen backbone. And then you can really deliver certain or all kinds of customer segments with that hydrogen, being lower value or higher value, whatever. However, on places where infrastructure is not available yet, for instance, offshore, new infrastructure may be realized to transport the molecules rather than electricity to the demand centers. And I think in certain cases, blending with natural gas grid could be possible, because at that time you can really reach a lot of customers and decarbonize those. So I think it's really and here.
Thank you very much. And I think lastly, you referred especially to the North Sea offshore wind hub, where we will produce a lot of energy, and we cannot transport that by power lines alone. So we certainly need a conversion on the spot, what we have seen, I think, on one of the slides this afternoon. Wouter, you have mentioned all these nice colors, green, blue, gray. Lately, I heard from pink hydrogen, but I missed the point to understand what it really is. But and then we have renewable gases also as a category, with biomethane and biogas and biomass. So it is a bit confusing. And do we always know what we are talking about when we are using these terms? Or is it not time that we find definitions for all these different categories, which then also might have a different treatment in terms of the regulatory framework?
Yeah. So maybe first of all, I'm going to disappoint you, because I don't know what's pink hydrogen either, but I will gladly comment on gray, blue, and green. When we started our project back in 2014, we really saw the need for labels. It's like when you go to a supermarket and you want to buy a bio chicken, and the bio chicken is more expensive than a normal chicken. And you see this whole bunch of different labels, and they come at different price tags, and you don't know why one is more bio than the other one. It doesn't create any consumer confidence, and therefore they will not be able to pay a higher price. So one of the things we've been doing through the project, and this is 2014, 2016, we've been trying to build a consensus on already 3 definitions: green, blue, gray. And that we did together with industry, policymakers, civil society. And it's a fairly large consensus that we've been building over there. And one of the things that came out is that we need to look at 2 parameters, which is both, on the one hand, what's the energy source, because this leads to resource depletion. We also need to have a look at greenhouse gas emissions, because this deals with climate change. And those were the 2 parameters that have been chosen. So our definitions that we've been making together with this wide range of policymakers, also the Commission being involved heavily into this, is agnostic from a technology point of view. Because electrolysis is not good in se. You can do water electrolysis through coal-powered electricity or through renewable electricity. Steam methane reformer, you can add carbon capture and storage. It would make it fossil, but low carbon. You can also do steam methane reforming of biomethane. This would make it renewable hydrogen. You can have electrolysis from nuclear electricity. It doesn't make it renewable, it makes it low carbon again. So I think we've come up with a pretty robust set of definitions that can act as an anchoring point. And this is also what we saw was needed in Europe for renewable electricity. Back 2014, we were trading renewable electricity. So many years later, and electricity being a much more standardized market than hydrogen as we speak, today that market becomes much more sophisticated. People are willing to buy Dutch offshore wind that was not subsidized from 2018. But the starting point was to buy renewable electricity. And I think this is what the hydrogen sector needs.
Thank you very much. Time is flying and time is almost over. Let me try to sum up this panel. And a big thank to my panelists for your contributions. What I take from our discussion is that in order to make sector integration happening, we need economy of scale, but we have heard that industry will take care of that, so no need for further intervention. We need to overcome some technical challenges, and here clearly we have to invest heavily still in research and development and innovation, I would say. And all this together might bring us then to the competitiveness that the industrial sector needs. But I also liked what Mario brought up here, that we need also some what you call the ingredients bottom up and top down. I think that's very, very convincing bottom up, that we need to look for early movers, that they should be incentivized, and they can only be incentivized when they see a competitive advantage, as you have said. And I think this leads then also to the top down, because I think also through an incentivizing regulatory framework, we could, of course, also make sure that the first movers have this competitive advantage. But on top down, there's much more to be thought about. We discussed here the support scheme. We have seen John has brought the CO2 price or emission trading system, but at least a carbon price that is high enough in order to, you mentioned, Mario, the Australian approach. I think discussions are needed, but I think what is very interesting is that there is not one only solution. I think we could develop some interesting ideas so that we also can distribute the costs in a fair manner in the system. Also, what I took was very important. It's that we need a premium, price premium for carbon-free hydrogen. That's important because it comes with higher cost, at least for foreseeable future, and that has to be taken into account. And also, what we heard, the certification scheme is also something. We have one in place, but I think we have to look again whether it is up for purpose. Finally, what we need is cooperation at all levels. I think that is key. Not only because we are here at an international level, we have said that already, international cooperation is important, but also, as you have said, cooperation with the public authorities, but also with other market participants. Then you have given us a lot of insight in projects that are up and running, mostly demonstration projects. And that makes me believe that sector integration is already happening. On the other side, when we have discussed sector integration, and I have mentioned top-down regulatory issues, there's still a lot that we need to do, and we need to do it better. And the question is, how do we do that? The answer to this question you will see and we will discuss next year at the next Hydrogen Energy Ministerial meeting, not today, because this panel is closed. Thank you very much to my panelists.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause to Dr. Bohart and all the panelists. Thank you very much. This concludes all the sessions. to close, we have closing remarks from Mr. Hirohide Hirai, Deputy Commissioner, Agency for Natural Resources and Energy, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry.
資源エネルギー庁次長の平井でございます。閉会にあたりまして主催者を代表いたしまして一言ご挨拶を申し上げたいと思います。本日は各国閣僚及び代表団の皆様、午後の民間セッションでご登壇いただいた方々をはじめ、大変多くの方にご参加いただけたこと、非常に嬉しく思います。午前中の閣僚セッションにおきましては、グローバルな水素利活用に積極的に取り組む35カ国、地域機関が一堂に集い、東京宣言の実現に向け、各国各機関の取り組み状況を共有したり、今後の具体的なアクションについてご議論をいただきました。グローバルな水素の利活用に向けた国際的な連携の重要性などについて、改めて認識をいたしました。その成果といたしまして、行動指針を取りまとめ、議長声明としてグローバルアクションアジェンダを発表いたしました。主なポイントは、今後10年間で水素ステーション1万箇所、燃料電池システム1000万台など、世界目標の共有やモビリティのインフラ整備、市場拡大に向けた取り組み、水素の海上輸送拡大に向けた調査及びルール整備、輸送・貯蔵技術の確立に向けた研究開発などを各国の取り組みとして取りまとめたところでございます。グローバルアクションアジェンダに盛り込まれた項目につきまして、民間企業の方々とも結束して、国際的な連携を推進することで、水素社会の実現に向けて、非常に大きなムーブメントを起こすことにしていきたいというふうに考えております。午後のセッションにおきましては、グローバルアクションアジェンダを踏まえ、国際機関や世界のリーダー企業の皆様より、水素に関する最新の動向や展望についてご講演、ご議論をいただきました。クロスカッティングセッションでは IEA や IPHE などの国際機関から世界の動きをご紹介いただきました。水素社会の実現に向けて世界の潮流が動き始めていることを改めて認識いたしました。モビリティ分野のセッションにおきましては、自動車やステーションの会社から水素の利用拡大への目標を共有した上で、安全性向上やコスト削減に向けた技術開発を通じて、インフラ整備、市場拡大を図っていく道筋を共有することができました。サプライチェーンのセッションにおきましては、各国大手エネルギー会社から水素の大量利用と切り離せないグローバルなサプライチェーンの構築についてお話をいただきました。エネルギーとしての水素の展望について期待を込めたメッセージを多くいただけたと思っております。セクターインテグレーションのセッションでは、さまざまな会社から水素の産業利用やパイプラインの利用といった新しい水素活用における研究開発や技術実証などをお話しいただき、水素のさらなる広がりに向けて各国の皆様にも有益な示唆が得られたかと思います。さて、本日の水素閣僚会議を通じて、水素で新しい未来を切り開いていくためのさらなる大きな一歩を踏み出すことができたのではないかと考えております。今後、各国や各機関がグローバルアクションアジェンダに基づき、国際的な連携を推進することで、水素社会の実現が着実に進行し、世界のエネルギー転換、脱炭素化を進めるための国際的な大きなモメンタムを作っていけるものと確信しております。現在のエネルギー構造を変えていくには、並大抵のことではなく、世界の英知を結集し、大きなブレイクスルーを起こす必要がございます。それは大きな挑戦ですが、水素というキーテクノロジーを用いれば、私たちはそれが実現できると強く信じております。共に歩み、エネルギーの未来を切り開いていきたいと思います。本日は誠に熱心なご議論ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Mr. Hirai. This brings us to the end of the Hydrogen Energy Ministerial Meeting 2019. Thank you for your attention throughout the sessions today. Please make sure that you have all your belongings with you, including the checked items at the clock. The interpretation receiver will be collected as you exit the hall. Thank you for your cooperation. We thank you very much for your participation today.